question. We deliberately kept it with Sai Deepak, knowing full well that all of you will come back post-lunch. So, Sai Deepak, thank you for a second book of equally interesting and disturbing information, just as the first one was. I think what you exemplify is new perspectives to old facts that we already know. So I will not present what the book is all about. I think that will emerge in the course of the talk. So in your first book, you basically talked about the impact of European coloniality on our consciousness. And me being an urban Indian city dweller, obviously it made me think a lot, especially since I teach the Enlightenment and I had to give a completely different gaze to it. This time you have decided to look at similar timelines, but you have delved into Islamic, Muslim, Middle Eastern coloniality, as you call it. So, first of all, why did you find it necessary to, what is the perspective that you wanted us to change or reset in our minds by delving into this subject in the second volume?
Since you have read the book, what did you make of my intention as the reader?
Well, the fact is that if you are aware of what's happening in India today, then these are the questions that you've addressed in the second book give certain answers and indications as to why, where we are going with certain policies, where we are going with certain ideologies, and the consequences that the majority is facing. So it really helps in understanding that. So the preparation to what we are today is, I think, what you have. But why am I answering this question?
Did you see a parallel between the past and the present? Did you?
Yes, I do, and that's my last question to you, in fact.
That was the intention.
Okay. So
that was precisely the intention.
Okay.
Because the idea was not to indulge in any kind of an academic exercise. By the time I was done with the chapter on Mopla riots, and while I was going through the material, I consciously stayed away from my family. So my family lives in the first 2 floors. I live on the 3rd floor in my office. And
is it loud enough?
Yes.
Huh.
I avoided meeting them because I know for a fact that the material was filling me with a lot of purpose and, let's call it, dark energy. And the idea was to see if there is a way that I could transmit what I was feeling to the audience. Not necessarily the dark energy, but that sense of purpose. Because you had Nupur Sharma, you had Praveen Netteru, a spate of killings in Mangalore. People are not paying attention to what is actually happening on the streets of Mangalore right now, and it is reminiscent of what was happening in 1920s. I know for a fact that a number of people who went for election rallies in Wayanad and other places, despite having police protection, had to leave the place merely because 2 or 3 boys in motorcycles with green flags would turn up and say, leave. And that's the end of the matter. And this is in 2020, 2021, and 2022. So I couldn't see a distinction in the situation, the quality of the situation. Perhaps I would actually go to the extent of saying that it is even worse at this point, simply because of the self-imposed fetters that we have as a community put on our ability to speak about the truth. And second, I think that the current dispensation is making the very same mistakes as the Congress of the 1920s.
So if we go to the beginning of the book, there are 2 things that you discuss. One is the Muslim movement to purity. There are 2 interesting contradictions, in my opinion, that drive it. One is a sense of massive insecurity of the loss of power. And second is somehow a certain entitled notion that they were the rulers and they need to rule back. So that is a movement that drives it. And the second one is the impact of English education. So on the one hand, you have an entire brood of clerks, non-thinking moderates who emerge out of this English education. And on the same hand, you sort of attribute exposure to English education to a certain revival of nationalism. And then can you please explain to us as to why the Muslim community were late in catching on to English education and why they did it? Because their motives are very different. So if you can explain these two.
So one of the things that I was trying to showcase in the second book, so the first book effectively lays out a broad thesis in terms of what is the impact of European coloniality on Indian minds. But that would be a very monolithic approach to the entire situation, because obviously the two-nation theory was a reality on the ground, which means both the nations, meaning the Hindu nation and the Muslim nation, were receiving this English education very differently. Hindus, I would say a significant portion of them, those who embraced English education, were doing so to climb the social ladder, and also they had refashioned their own approach to dharma on Protestant lines. The Brahmo movement being significantly one of those examples, according to me. And therefore, they wanted to perhaps do away with those aspects of their culture which they felt held them back from being a part of the new modern civilized world. And they had almost no conviction in the metaphysical, let's say, foregrounding of Hinduism. And they were happy to be a part of this elite club. Now, Muslims consciously stayed away from English education, perhaps because they were acutely aware of education's role in transmission of culture, including the role played by language. And in that sense, Muslims were sharper, better informed, shrewder, and far-sighted in not embracing English education. And they stayed away from it significantly. And this was a conscious call which clerics and families issued to their own children, saying, do not embrace it under any circumstances. Should it come to that, start with Islamic learning and then go to English learning. And that is the hybrid model that Syed Ahmad Khan comes out with. So the one is the question of the means. The second is the end goal. Hindus, represented by the Congress, represented by the moderates, were interested in being part of the English empire. They make no bones of it. They're absolutely clear about it. Anyone who aspired for freedom and complete independence was branded a lunatic who should have been committed to a mental institution, according to them. These were statements issued by Gokhale and others, the political mentor of Gandhi. And these statements were not isolated statements. This broadly represented the DNA of the Congress until the emergence of the extremist faction within the Congress. And since the extremist faction was effectively marginalized and relegated to the sidelines, the moderates represented the mainstream of the Congress. So a dominion status or a status at par with Australia, New Zealand, Canada, this was the end goal of the Congress. Whereas Muslims were clear, and Syed Ahmad Khan says it abundantly clearly, where he says, I am no fan of the British man or his culture, but I need his help to prevent the resurgence of Hindu political rise. And I need his help to ensure that members of my community infiltrate the system using English, but not drowning in the ocean called English culture. And that was effectively the ball that he set rolling. And I think that ball continues to roll even in 2023.
Now, between Syed Ahmad Khan and the brief role played by Afghani, I think that is capital, because in the events that will ensue, especially with the very first, not even the First World War, preceding the First World War, the very first skirmishes that Italy has with Libya.
Right.
You have this spirit of pan-Islamism that is almost, it's guttural, it's woven in the DNA.
Right.
So between Syed Ahmad Khan's vision and Afghani's attempt to put in, like, can you explain to us up until then, if in the revivalism, purity, was pan-Islamism a part? And what exactly happened with maybe the tottering of the Ottoman Empire that gave this absolutely visceral anger in the Muslims towards pan-Islamism?
So you see, This is an interesting question in the backdrop of the current government celebration of the Khilafat movement as part of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. When you read the history of this particular period, it is positively embarrassing for anybody to celebrate the Khilafat movement as part of Bharat's move towards independence. First of all, it wasn't an independence movement. In any case, if you do have to celebrate it, what is the point of co-opting this manifestly pan-Islamist movement? I don't understand. So there are 3 or 4 key figures who emerge around that particular period, which is until 1898. I think in September or November when Syed Ahmad Khan passes away. So you're looking at a period between 1830s to 1898. Now, the 2 key figures, one international and one national, who collide and who perhaps ought to have collaborated are Sayyid Jamal al-Din Afghani and Syed Ahmad Khan. So Afghani happens to be one of the foremost Muslim intellectuals of the 19th century who is significantly responsible for rekindling pan-Islamism from Egypt to Turkey to Bharat. And his stay in Bharat is not understood enough. And his stay in Delhi and Calcutta and in the seminary called Madrasa Rahmiya of Dehlavi, which is also the alma mater of Syed Ahmad Khan, is not understood enough. Now, this man effectively says that in order for Islam to revive itself, the concept of a caliphate must be re-established. Now, he tries to somehow rekindle the fire in Egypt. You have to remember that before Turkey became the center for Islamic caliphate, it was Egypt. So the Mamluk dynasty loses to the Ottomans, and then the caliphate passes on from Egypt to Turkey. And then they become vassals of Turkey in a particular sense. That entire region is governed by Ottomans through their governorates. Now, the French and English establishments are desperately trying to install their puppets in Egypt. So there is a fight that goes on between Muslim nationalists of Egypt and that particular region and the collaborators of the British. Ultimately, the collaborators win. Afghani is responsible for leading student protests in Egypt around that particular period. So once the collaborator comes to power, he kicks him out. So this man is an itinerant, moves from Egypt, goes to Afghanistan, tries to rekindle Islamism through the Emir of Afghanistan, doesn't succeed there because the British kick him out. So from there he comes to Bombay, spends time here. From here he goes to Turkey. And he lands in Turkey, dies in Turkey ultimately. He is imprisoned by the Ottoman Sultan and he dies there. But before he goes, he spends a significant amount of period trying to understand the role that the Indian Muslim population can perhaps play in the revival of the caliphate. And he does a fantastic analysis of it. His stay is significantly responsible for mainstreaming Wahhabism further, which was already a fairly mainstream strain of Islamic thought in this country, and the importance, integrality, essentiality, and criticality of jihad in the establishment of the Islamic Caliphate. He reinforces it brilliantly. And his students are the first education minister of this country, Maulana Azad, along with the founders of JUI. I think Maulana Madani spoke a few days ago, calling Islam the oldest religion in the world and that Bharat is apparently the home of Islam. That's his statement now. So these organizations effectively learned from Afghani, because you see his publication. So he gets kicked out from here, he goes to Turkey. Before he goes to Turkey, he spends a brief period in France. Now, France decided to shelter all those people who were working against the British, like Pondicherry. Okay. So like Subramania Bharati worked from here, Afghani worked from France. And so he comes out with publications. Now, those publications are banned in Bharat. But somehow those newspapers and those publications find their way to Islamic institutions here, and they read and they say, this man has given a fantastic way forward in terms of a map as to how do we rekindle and revive the Muslim establishment of the world. And then they start working here actively. This is just before the Khilafat movement. This is just before the outbreak of the First World War. And once the First World War starts, then the divided loyalties start. Now, what is the role of Syed Ahmad Khan and what are his interactions with Afghani? Syed Ahmad Khan until then is effectively seen as the intellectual leader of Muslims in Bharat because he is showing them a fantastic way. He has established a brilliant institution by way of the MAO, which hadn't become Aligarh by then. It was renamed as Aligarh only in 1920. So he says, he's basically telling Indian Muslims, do not concern yourself with pan-Islamism or with what's happening in Turkey, because you have to deal with the realities of your existence, which is to keep the Hindu away from power as much as possible. And in order for you to do that, you need to collaborate with the English. So do not take an anti-English position here. And if you start interfering with the power struggle between the Ottoman Empire and the English Empire, you are endangering your position here, has been his position. So when this man comes here, Afghani comes here, he effectively calls out Syed Ahmad Khan as a British collaborator. And he says, you don't have the confidence in the Quran, you don't have the confidence in Hadith, you don't have confidence, you are effectively a believer of natural law. He writes a book where he coins this derogative word called natury, which is, it's an Urdufication of the English word, which is anybody who believes in natural law is called a natury. So he writes a huge criticism of these people, saying these are Darwinists who are anti-Quranists, so on and so forth. And this fight effectively decides the way forward for the Indian Muslim population's, let's say, course of action. Syed Ahmad Khan, according to me, lost this battle. For two reasons. This was almost close to the fag end of his life. And Afghani was relatively young. I think the man died before he turned 60. In his mid-50s, he died. And this man came in with a lot of vigor. And all those people who felt that the pace with which Ahmad Khan's vision wasn't taking effect got a lot of, let's call it, they got the right kind of kick that was needed through Afghani's sermons here. And then when he goes to Turkey, in his detailed exposition to the Turkish Sultan, he explains the role that Afghani Muslims and Indian Muslims will play in establishing the caliphate, because they have numbers, they have educated Muslims from the Bengalis, they also have money, and they are in perhaps control of among the largest swathes of land possible. So considering this tussle decides the way forward, and this immediately precedes the outbreak of the Khilafat movement. Okay? So I think that period needs to be understood better. Subsequently, the Aligarh movement, realizing that it's falling behind because of Afghani's influence, also adopts the very same course of action. So this is what happens. And Hindus were doing Bhajan Mandali for the British all this while.
So this is there are two strains you follow. So this is the Muslim strain in the book. The other one is initially, let's call it the Congress before it splits. That is, as you explain, is actually a safety valve to contain and give a channel of opinion expression to the nationalist movement that was burgeoning at the moment.
Correct.
Okay. So now contrast this with 1885 to 1905 and the achievements of Congress therein. And the realization of the revolutionaries of 1905 and what the Muslims achieved between the establishment of the Muslim League and the concessions given to them in the Morley Minto reforms. You know, just give us the timeline so that we understand exactly what was achieved in 20 years and what was achieved in 2 years and how.
So you're looking at the establishment of three different organizations. Congress under the leadership and under his vision in 1885. The Mohammedan Anglo-Oriental Education Conference, which was established in 1887 by Syed Ahmad Khan. Then December 1905, 1905? Yeah, it's 1905 is when, 1906 is when Muslim League is established in Dhaka. Now from 1885 to the Surat split of 1807 between the Narandal and the Garamdal, the Congress is doing only two things. Give us more representation in the bureaucracy. Give us more representation in the bureaucracy. We want more sane policy making. And ensure that the examinations that are held for the civil services between England and India are the same, the pattern is the same, the syllabus is the same, everything is the same. That's all they were fighting for, nothing beyond. The fight between 1885 until 1905 was for greater representation in the bureaucracy to be a part of the colonial administrative infrastructure and gradually moving towards Swaraj. And Swaraj was defined as staying within the confines of the empire as its dominion. Between 1901 and 1905 or 1906 is when you see a serious emergence of the then right wing, or at least the extremist faction, by way of Balganga, the Lal Balpal trio, and then you have Sri Aurobindo, and then you have Annie Besant, so on and so forth, who said that, what are we fighting for here? To ride on the coattails of the British, or are we trying to regain our own Sanskriti? What is it that we want here ultimately? So there is a very clear fight here, which is why I would call them perhaps the forerunners of Indian decolonial thought in that particular sense. Of course, I know that the word decoloniality pricks quite a few, but still, I think this is how the thought...
But in your defense, you've defined it very well in your book.
I've been fairly clear about it. I think some people are just resorting to mischievous interpretation. So the point is that they wanted to base the entire movement on Bharatiya ethos and civilizational ethos. And they were very clear that this mirage called Hindu-Muslim unity would never be achieved, and even if it is achieved, it would come at the expense of our interests and to the advantage of their interests. Lala Lajpat Rai was very, very clear about it. His article on the case for Hindu nationalism is a must-read. And despite being, perhaps as an Arya Samaji, how he felt about it, he is very, very clear about it. Now, so until 1905, this is what they do. But the emergence of the extremists, who ended up becoming the thought leaders for the revolutionaries, such as Tilak for that matter, who perhaps may have also be hand in glove with the assassins of Scott, I think, the Chapekar brothers, who killed the plague commissioner in Pune for his mishandling of the bubonic plague in Pune. Now, while this was happening, for the first time, people realize that they've been fooled by the Congress, which is seen as a status quoist organization and which is interested in being a sharer or a stakeholder in power with the British, and beyond that they had no aspirations. And since even that movement was really slow at a snail's pace, it's the extremists who start getting a lot of support, along with the revolutionaries. And they are the ones who are significantly responsible for pushing the Overton window. So the definition of independence or Swaraj is changed. The move towards saying that it's not about being a part of this establishment. We want them to get out of the place. And that conversation finally gets aired from the platform of the Congress for the very first time. Now, we have to be very careful about branding every member of the Congress as a collaborator, because unfortunately or fortunately, that happened to be the only significant political tent under which people could air their views. And since it enjoyed a certain degree of legitimacy in the eyes of the British, those who wanted independence too thought that they could actually be a part of this particular platform and push their agenda. So it was a big tent in that particular sense. Now, while all of this was happening, Muslims effectively see Congress as a Hindu organization, which the Congress never was. It was at pains to say we are a secular organization. Do not perceive us through the prism of the extremists or the nationalists, because it's a minority, it's a fringe, it's a lunatic fringe. They are cow lovers, and these are the people who are interested in preventing Go Hatya. They are the Gaurakshas of that particular period. So let us throw them under the bus. That was the position of the moderates. Now, when this happens, the Muslims effectively say the Congress has managed to create a political institution which seems to be getting a lot of traction from the British. While the Aligarh movement has done a great job of combining modern education and Islamic education, it is still a social movement, it is not a political movement. So they say we now need a political organization. And this conversation becomes sharper after the demise of Syed Ahmad Khan in 1898. So between 1898 and 1905, multiple events happen at the same time. Curzon arrives. He sees that, so he is deeply suspicious of the Congress, despite it being a collaborator organization. He says, no, these are stooges. They're double agents. You can't trust them, so on and so forth. So he says, I don't want to take a chance. I want to break that movement, and I want to break its back. And I also have enough administrative reasons to do so. And because Bengal is such a huge, sprawling province, I will have enough justifications to break it for administrative reasons. And the commissioners of Assam are also saying that in order for us to use the port of Assam for tea export and whatnot, Calcutta's primacy as the port needs to be brought down, and therefore let's break it away. And only then the railway tracks that have been laid in Assam and other places will actually find economic value. How do we otherwise generate the ROI for the investment made in the railways in Assam and other places? So this is effectively the calculation there. And he makes an active pitch to the Muslims of Eastern Bengal and Assam. Your Mughalistan will be back under us. For the first time, you will have the Mughal flag flying after the decline of the Mughal Empire, if you were to agree to this particular partition. For 6 months, the man goes about selling that particular proposition. Almost without exception, that proposal is purchased lock, stock, and barrel by the Muslim community. And once you have offered that, let's say, olive green branch, not the olive branch, so they are ready. And they say, now's the opportunity, and they latch on to it. And they push for separate electorates. And after pushing for separate electorates, when they succeed in the Minto-Morley reforms to get the separate electorates, by the end of that year, they establish the Muslim League. The pace with which the Muslim League moves after that, I would say the Congress was caught unawares. So what the Congress couldn't achieve from 1885 to 1905, Muslim League and its predecessors managed to achieve between 1905 and 1907. And this was the sharpness with which they moved, and this was the clarity with which they moved. I'm amazed. I have grudging, deep respect and admiration for what they achieved.
So one of the things that are spoken about your book is your citations. So you have a lot of quotes of parliamentary proceedings of the Morley-Minto reforms. One of the things that really struck me a lot, especially because that collusion is very rife today, is that you actually had British members of parliament talking about Islam and Christianity being the religion of Abraham.
Correct.
And therefore that collusion is important.
Correct.
So can you explain that? Of course it infuriates me, it baffles me that, the so-called nation of the Enlightenment should talk and justify ceding the separate electorate and the 3/4 vote, actually citing the fact that the religions are of the same origin. So can you just, especially because this collusion affects us to this day.
Correct. So you see, after 1857, when the vast majority of the Muslim population comes under the radar for their participation, not in the independence movement, they actually wanted the revival of the Islamic flag. That much is very clear. I don't think we should even be celebrating it as the first war of independence. So there is a very clear documentation from Pakistan side of historians as well as Indian side of historians who clearly say that they were not fighting for an agnostic independence which is agnostic of religious identity and all that. They're very clear about it. Anybody who shouts Nara Takbir at, let's say, in a fight is not being irreligious, because it's bound to be followed by Allahu Akbar. Okay, that is the slogan. So this was the war cry, and it's recorded in multiple places, and this was not limited only to the north of the Vindhyas. In Madras, these cries were, let's say, they joined them. Bombay, Madras, Hyderabad, and multiple places. Now, see, here's what happens. Just give me the last train of thought that you just, in the question, you said something in the question.
I talked about the collusion, the reference
I'll
of
come
the
to that.
common
Right.
origin of the religion.
So after 1857, what happens is, Syed Ahmad Khan decides to create a defense for Muslims to say, no, we didn't participate in this. It was Ramdeen and Gangadeen who were participants in this mutiny, which is to say Hindus were responsible for it. We were not responsible for it. And then he clearly says anybody who issued a fatwa asking for jihad against the British was either an imbecile. He called Bahadur Shah Zafar a drunken idiot and an imbecile. He called all the mullahs who did this as people who did not know what Islam was and all that. So he creates the first line of defense. Then he starts saying, look, the native religion of this country is dictated by the priestly class, whereas Islam and Christianity are egalitarian, plus we are of Abrahamic origin. So there must be a handshake between both the communities, and we must form an alliance. Now, alliance is typically adversarial in nature, which is you need an adversary against whom the alliance is formed. Now, if the Christian and the Muslim are in alliance, who are they in alliance for and against is the question. Now, when they say this, he actively also starts encouraging dinners between both communities. He asks Muslims to take up reading of the Bible to say, do a comparative study to explain how both of us are the same. And the other side also does this. When separate electorates were granted in 1906, one of the calculations that the British had was the immediate region surrounding Bharat has a lot of Muslim countries. Because you see, Turkey is right until, because it's the Ottoman Empire. You have Turkey, you have Afghanistan, you have all these countries. Therefore, in the interest of placating these interests, it's important for us to give separate electorates to Muslims. And between the two communities, they are more loyal to us. That's the clear statement that is made. So, this argument that the British was responsible for a divide and rule policy or for sowing fissures, I'm sorry, it is such a Nehruvian Marxist BS. It makes really no sense. Which is why I said, if I were to, let's say, cite secondary propositions, which is to say commentaries, I would still be accused of citing someone's interpretation of it. Which is why I cited their letters and their parliamentary debates to say both of them are speaking of their common Abrahamic foundations. In which case, you are the idiot on who said they've literally, you actually have a dunce cap on your head because you constantly believe that this man is fighting with you against the British. That's not the case. Khilafat, by the time you come to that particular period, you realize, was a bargaining chip, which is to say, should you not restore the status of Turkey, we will take away Bharat from you because that is the crown jewel in the British crown.
Including orchestrating an Afghani invasion.
Correct. They specifically even suggested this. In fact, the Ali brothers with whom Mr. Gandhi had a great relationship, I don't know what was the nature of the relationship, he basically was open and he was mum when the Ali brothers also proposed the invasion of Bharat by the Emir of Afghanistan to drive away the British. Had it not been for Madan Mohan Malviya and I think Lala Lajpat Rai, Gandhi perhaps may have even agreed. Importantly, in a speech in Erode, which was delivered to an audience of Moplas, a few months before the Mopla riots, Mopla genocide of Hindus. So, the senior Ali brother specifically says, when the Afghans come, we will fight every man who opposes the Afghans, including the Hindu. And this statement is related to Gandhi. He says nothing. And he continues with the movement after having been informed of this statement. Unbelievable.
So we have, but just before we come back to the Mopla and
We have Q&A as well, right?
No, two strains we need to talk about a little bit. One is that surely there was something that the Hindus also did right. Because as you point out, but since it's not the theme of your book, you do mention Sri Ramakrishna, you do mention Vivekananda. So what was the nature, maybe not as systematically networked, but there was something that the Hindus did right. And in continuation of that, you know, it could be considered the bedrock of the nature and the quality of the Swadeshi movement. So can you talk a little bit about that? And also, since we are already into the Khilafat, is it not evident for anybody who reads our history that while the petitions were being given to the government, or while the reforms were being proposed, the fact is that during the war you had the Defense of India Act. After the war you had Rowlatt Act. Anybody who wants to see the nature of the draconian, arbitrary, inhuman ways in which the British decided they could get away with suppressing any revolt, is it not very clear by just those laws passed by the British that it's the revolutionaries actually that
Correct.
mattered?
Correct. So, two aspects. What Hindus did right.
Yeah.
I have touched upon it to a significant extent on the revolutionary strain of thought. But it will come better in the third book, where I will cover the Sangathan movement better. So the first two books are an analysis of the triggers, and the next two books would discuss the responses from the Hindu side to this. Therefore, establishment of BHU in 1916, the Sangathan movement, and then the Sangams that were happening in Kashi and other places, which gradually led to the formation of multiple organizations, the the Hindu Mahasabha, so on and so forth, and its offshoots. That will come out gradually. So just to be clear, there are about 5 or 6 movements that the third book will cover. The so-called Ambedkarite movement, the Sikh movement, the Dravidian movement, the communist movement.
So I will not ask you my question on the Justice Party now.
I've just given a brief paragraph explaining what's going to happen, where I've explained the origins of the Justice Party, as well as I've sown the seed for the Sikh movement here.
Exactly.
Because all of it happens around 1920, because everybody wants a share in the pie after the separate electorates have been offered to Muslims.
Yeah.
So all of this will come later. But Hindus did something right, but where they thwarted by their own co-religionists will be the subject of the discussion in the next book. Now, the other question that you asked was on?
If you see what the laws that British enacted.
Right, correct. So if you see all the legislations that they came out with, sedition law was to go after the Wahhabis.
Yes.
But every other legislation that came out subsequently, amendments to the penal code, were primarily to curb the activities of the revolutionaries. And the revolutionaries, as Mr. Sanyal said in his previous session, I was watching it online, they did a fantastic job of pushing the window, and the kind of, I'd say, see, it's like this. Revolutionaries were isolated by 4 stakeholders: the society at large, the moderates in the Congress, the extremists who couldn't openly own their allegiance or relationships with them, the Muslims who didn't want them, and of course the British establishment. So under these circumstances, with utter isolation, the revolutionaries operated. Imagine the kind of commitment that they had to Bharat for them to operate in these circumstances. Now, Mr. Sanyal said something very interesting about Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel's elder brother during the course of his talk. All you should do is this. Today, Sardar Patel looks great. Netaji looks great. All of these people look great. I would offer a simple litmus test. As long as these people were in the Congress, what was their attitude to the revolutionaries of that particular period? Did they bat for them? Did they give them intellectual cover fire? Or did they actively push for their prosecution and publicly castigate them? You will find very few Congress leaders who are not guilty of one of these things. And that would include the person whose Statue of Unity has been built in Gujarat. His letters will clearly show what he thought of the revolutionaries. So today, because we have Nehru and Gandhi as the soft targets, anyone who represents an opposition to them becomes someone worthy of co-option. But if you want to actually look at the, let's say, the history of the particular period better, revolutionaries represent, according to me, perhaps the purest strain of thought which comes close to Bharat's civilizational ethos, where I would say they kept the Kshatriya spirit alive. Every legislation, in fact, even prior to the 1919 Act, there's a huge report that comes out on seditious crimes. They hold the Brahmins of Maharashtra singularly responsible for fomenting revolutionary activity in Maharashtra, because he says, you see, the Maratha Empire was ultimately governed or finally governed by the Peshwas. Peshwas were Brahmins, so it's the Brahmin who is trying to revive his political status. And Tilak is a Chitpavan Brahmin. So this is how the discussion happens. It's not just about the religious identity, it is now the caste identity that comes out very clearly. And if you look at the enumeration of the trouble that they caused, and the report that actually is prepared, Punjab, Maharashtra, Bengal, across the country, and even in the south, astounding. So this was never a peaceful movement. It's a peaceful representation of an otherwise violent movement that was going on parallelly. And you have to realize that the revolutionaries were not even getting support from the press. Even the local press was pro-Congress, which is why they were forced to come out with their own mouthpieces. The Anushilan Samiti had to start publishing its own mouthpieces because they were not getting traction. So there's a very popular line in Rajkumar Santoshi's representation of Bhagat Singh, in the legend of Bhagat Singh, where he says, "Agar ye Congress cheekti bhi hai, to ye chhap jata hai paper mein," which is actually the case, which is exactly what happened. These people did not get money, and these were educated people who realized what kind of nonsense they were being taught in schools and colleges, and they decided to jump into this Havan Kund. So I think, I hope through Mr. Sanyal's books and others' books, that history is done justice to. This much is clear. At every stage, the Congress was pushed to changing its position only because of the extremists and the revolutionaries. But for them, minus them, Bharat would have actually seen a very clear submission as a dominion to the British Empire. That was their clear-cut goal.
So the carrot of the home rule, and this is where you have to tackle two ideas, basically gives you the Hindu-Muslim unity phase. Now, discuss in your words the rationale of the Muslims riding on this catchphrase of Hindu-Muslim unity, what the moderates actually thought they would achieve by it, And I think we have to bring in Gandhi specifically in this point right now.
Tilak, Annie Besant, and Gandhi.
Yes, you can discuss these three. And
So-
also the transition of Annie Besant from one to the other. So that's also a very interesting. I don't know they worked under what pressures, because literally the motivation of the Muslims to actually collude with the slogan up to the time it suited them.
Right.
And I don't know, it's naivete or what of the moderates to do it, and Gandhi in it. So this bit.
No, they were actually playing the 1920s version of Chanakya Niti, so I'll explain what they were doing. So there are different sets of interests working. By 1914, moving to 1916, the Muslim community here is in a fix, serious fix. It doesn't know what to do, who to support, because you are midway into the First World War. Turkey joins this later, and there are several frantic messages sent from here to Turkey: do not jump into the World War because we will be forced to take a position. And we don't want to take a position which is anti-British. It endangers our interests here and our position in the global ummah. So please don't do it. Now, Turkey has to jump into this because it loses a significant portion of its territory in the preceding Balkan Wars. And therefore, it sees this as an opportunity to get it back. And around that period is when they also undertake the genocide of the Armenian population, which is significant. All of this happens. So, European powers may have an agnostic, irreligious motivation with respect to Germany, but their motivation with respect to Turkey is the re-establishment of Western civilization and Christian civilization in those parts of Europe which were previously Christian. So it's not as if they had a monolithic approach to every participant in the World War. Depending on who the participant is, the motivations were very different, either territorial or religious or civilizational. Now, by the time it comes to 1916 and Turkey jumps into the war, Indian Muslims are wondering what to do. The British commit a few strategic errors at that point. Even during the World War, after the participation of Turkey, Indian Muslims have a wait and watch approach. They're waiting to see which way this war swings. Let's wait and watch. There is a Kanpur mosque incident that happens in 1916, where a portion of the mosque is demolished under the orders of the local collector and so on and so forth, and the temple is saved because of the Congress's proximity to the British. This movement or this particular incident is when the Ali brothers step into the picture. Both the brothers come to prominence because of this particular movement, and they realize, you know what, the Muslim League is dominated by those people who want to collaborate with the British, but we now need a movement because we are under attack everywhere, both within Bharat and outside. That's when the movement actually starts. And then they realize the Congress needs our support in some way to present a united face to get dominion status. The Congress realizes that as long as it does not have Muslim support, it cannot present a case for a single nation, because there can't be two nations for the grant of a nation statehood. That is why the two-nation theory is so critical, because the definition of a nation-state is based on homogeneity in terms of either race or religion or language. So they say we need these people. So Tilak, Gandhi, before Gandhi, Tilak has already started this movement. Annie Besant has already started this movement because they have started the Home Rule Leagues. The Bombay branch of the Home Rule League is run by Jinnah, and he was a fantastic administrator of the movement. He did a fabulous job of it. I think the man acquitted himself in every role, better than Gandhi. So while this movement happens, they then realize the best way to get the British to take a few steps back from Turkey is to participate with the Congress and present Bharat now as the bargaining chip. And then comes the Lucknow Pact of 1916, which starts this golden phase of Hindu-Muslim unity in this country, which lasts for barely 3-4 years. And this movement dies a natural death by the time the purpose of the Khilafat movement itself is rendered infructuous by Kemal Ataturk, who effectively wins the war for the Turks and also demolishes the Islamic Caliphate, abolishes the concept of an Islamic Caliphate, and the so-called Khalifa has to flee Turkey in a British vessel. That is the final insult to the global ummah, which is delivered by the British with the icing on the cake. Now, by the time you're looking at the closure of the First World War, Turkey is lost in the first round when Kemal Atatürk has not come to power. And then you have the negotiations going on with respect to territories. So now the argument becomes of the Indian Muslims, restore every territory that Turkey has lost in the war. So Germany's territories will be taken away in Alsace-Lorraine and other places. But as far as Turkey is concerned, it should not suffer the same consequences as Germany. The British man and all these allied powers say, how do you expect us to treat Turkey differently when it has been an equal participant in this war? Why should Germany and Turkey be treated differently? Then they say, okay, if that is not possible, at the very least, preserve Turkey's control over what is known as the Islamic homeland, which means Palestine, Syria, Makkah, and Saudi Arabia, which is called that's where the whole thing comes from. Al Jazeera is actually named after this. The Jazeera, because that's where you have their holy shrines. This becomes the bargaining chip. All of this is rendered infructuous when Kemal Atatürk comes to power, and then he wins back his territories from Greece and other countries, which is Turkey's territories. And then he says, you know what? The presence of this caliphate in this country is single-handedly responsible for us being constantly at loggerheads with the West and everybody else. I'll take away the British suspicion that it might lead to Islamic revivalism by demolishing the concept of a caliphate altogether. So the first step that he does, he says, the Khalifa will no more be an individual. It will be the parliament itself, which has never happened in Islamic history. That creates a huge round of debates as to how can Khalifa be an entity as opposed to an individual. And then he says, I'll go to the next step and destroy that institution altogether, and he abolishes it. Once this is done, every reason that existed until then for Hindu-Muslim unity is gone. All promises made until then are retracted. But the Hindu side continues to live by its promise. And then starts the phase of riots, bloody riots. During the period of Khilafat, it continues in Bihar and other places in districts like Arra district, massive riots that go on. They get reported because the Hindu side responds in massive numbers, which results in greater concessions being given to the Muslim League by the Hindu side. So regardless of who causes that particular riot, merely because there's a retaliation from the other side in self-defense, Congress is expected to give more concessions in seat participation, regardless of the numbers. So in certain provinces, even if the Muslim population was less than 20%, their representation in the province's assembly would be over 50%. These were the kind of concessions that were extracted. And then once the riots start, by 1924, Kohat, Malegaon, Mopla, Malabar, all these places, it's over, done and dusted. So at best, 1916 to 1924, there is no concept of a unity before or after.
And Gandhi?
Gandhi was taking forward Tilak's and Annie Besant's role in the support of this Khilafat movement. But the one thing that he does is Tilak and Annie Besant had significant political standing independent of their support from Muslims. Gandhi's rise to political power is significantly on the backs of Muslims. And therefore, he is effectively held hostage to their support to continue being relevant. And there comes a point where Khilafatist hooligans take over Congress proceedings and shut out every dissenting voice to prop up Congress, to prop up Gandhi. And it is captured in the minutes of the Congress proceedings. Now, I'm not even fabricating this. I don't need to do a Romila Thapar here. So I know for a fact, which is why the proceedings are abundantly clear. So the man, for all his professions of non-violence, was comfortable being, let's say, being led by hooligans of the first order. His response to Mopla riots is nothing. His response to Kohat is, Hindus, please don't go back. Until Muslims of that particular region grow a heart and a spine and a conscience, please don't go back.
Kohat is significant because Kohat had a Hindu minority.
7%.
So while he talks about the rampant riots that took place all over India, nowhere was there displacement of Muslim population. But Kohat, where the minority was Hindu, there was actually a displacement of population. It's very, very reminiscent of Kashmir.
So the British troops who were stationed in Rawalpindi cantonment had to be called to evacuate the 7% population where 93% was Muslims. and Kohat is currently in NWFP. This is the nature of the so-called Hindu-Muslim unity. By the time Khilafat is done, everybody says, so Annie Besant, who was until then the extremist, moves to the moderate side. Because if extremism is Gandhi, with the support of Khilafatists, I don't want to be on this side. Because she said this is going to lead to anarchy. Not just that. There were religiously motivated defections in the army in favor of the Khilafatists, in the Muslim regiments. So, the Hindu population and leaders who were concerned for Hindu population safety were worried. If these kind of defections happen, and the British army is left defenseless, or it doesn't have the numbers needed, what happens to the Hindu population? Then these were the kind of concerns. Then they realized that this nonsense is not going to work. Let's go back to the Tilak model, where Tilak effectively said, don't fight for a place in the bureaucracy. Fight for a place in the Imperial Legislative Assembly and be a part of the change from within the system. So he changes the moderate's approach to colonial administration by saying that I might as well learn from Syed Ahmad Khan that if I can't fight them militarily, I might as well occupy those positions and change it. That leads to the establishment of the organization that Mr. Sanyal mentioned previously, the Swaraj Party. Motilal Nehru and all these people established the Swaraj Party and say that because of the non-cooperation movement, the Congress stays out of all the elections. Muslim League is constantly contesting in elections. And therefore, for them to become part of the legislative debates and for them to become part of the policy-making discussions, they decide to contest elections. The Justice Party comes around the very same period. Then you have the Singh Sabha set up across the country, which is, as Mr. Sanyal said, the precursor to the Khalistan movement, which is where the division starts between the Hindu identity and the Sikh identity.
So I will also, he ends the book with the Mopla riots, and I will also end my last question with it, because it's only fair that they ask you questions. But the way I'll do it is this.
How fair is it? 5 minutes?
Yeah. You wanted me to shut up earlier. So
I gave you a hint. You didn't get it. Go on.
So I'm being bullied. So the thing is that this is an extract from a book on modern India by Arjun Dev. I did a Twitter crowdsource information on this. It ruled the roost of India's education system for about 20 years at least. And this is what they say about the Mopla riots. The movement was a great success. I think this is for the non-cooperation. And the firings and arrests could not stop it. Before the year 1921 was out, 30,000 people were in jail. They included most of the prominent leaders. Gandhiji, however, was still free. A rebellion had broken out in some parts of Kerala. The rebels were mostly Mopla peasants. Hence, it is called the Mopla Rebellion. The rebellion was suppressed by terrible brutalities. More than 2,000 Mopla were killed and about 45,000 arrested. An example of the brutalities was suffocation to death of 67 Mopla prisoners in a railway wagon when they were being shifted from one place to another. Full stop.
Right.
So now please show the...
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do a compare and contrast in how history is represented in this country.
And the reason why I say this is that institutionalized history books are teaching us this. This is the government of India commissioned history books from the NCERT that is doing this to us.
So here's a comparison.
Where are we to go? Yeah.
69 people get burnt alive in Sabarmati Express. Subsequently, around 2,000 people are killed in Gujarat. The official numbers are close to 900 are Muslims and close to 400 are Hindus. Nobody talks of the 69 people who were burnt alive in the Sabarmati Express. Now when it comes to the Mopla riots, we are only taught of the 67 people who were burnt in a railway wagon. How many people participated in the Mopla genocides? I have given the numbers after calculating it from at least 3 reports. Close to 49,000. 49,000 people were out with the Mopla knife. 49,000 people were the number of participants. And take it from me, this is the number of the average size of an army during those periods. If you're looking at the medieval period, or let's say the 12th or the 14th century, you're looking at 10,000 soldiers, 30,000 soldiers, and 40,000 soldiers. Close to 50,000 people were out on the streets. Caliphates were established in Kerala, in Malabar. Freedom was announced, and you had generals being established, kings being established, Islamic Caliphate kings being established, or caliphs being established. And how they went about killing these people, and the plunder goes on, I think, from August 1920 till February 1921 for a period of 6 months. 6 months. They had to bring reinforcements from Bangalore, from Madras, and so many places. They didn't know what was happening. Literally, law had taken a vacation. The British had absolutely no control over that particular period. They had to do search and combing operations for 6 months to kill them because it's a mountainous region full of wild terrain, which cantonments, let's say companies, coming from outside don't have any knowledge of. Exactly the problem that Indian Army faced with Ulfa in Assam or in Kashmir. So for 6 months this goes on. Gandhi continues. He continues. Relentless. Annie Besant writes stinging, scathing letters. Any other man should have committed suicide upon receiving that letter, if he had some sense of shame and conscience. She details how people were paraded naked. Falsified affidavits were filed before the Supreme Court by a so-called activist on ripped fetuses about Gujarat. But that was the exact thing that happened in Malabar. This was a reality, reported by multiple people, including Muslim members of the Congress who were writing to Gandhi, please take a note of this. I would only suggest a shortcut to reading my book. Don't read anything in between. There are only 2 chapters which according to me are strictly relevant. Chapter 1 and Chapter 9. Chapter 1 is how the two-nation theory began and what are its origins and how old are they. Chapter 9, the implementation of the two-nation theory on the ground. That's it, you're done. You don't need to read anything else.
Quick questions, anybody? Hands going up.
Yes, Anand, please, 30 seconds, please.
Where's Anand?
If he consumes 30 seconds in the question, it's not my problem.
That was an amazing session, Sai. I'll take less than 30 seconds.
Please.
2 very short questions. One, why do you think that this government is celebrating the Khilafat movement, 100 years of Khilafat? And number 2, is there such a thing as a moderate movement?
So I think the government is currently following the Chadar Bhejo policy. Ajmer ko Chadar Bhejo. Celebrate the Inquisitor of Goa. Co-opt Periyar somehow. I don't know what are these compulsions, especially when the government continues to enjoy the support of its core constituency. And as you said on a television debate last week, it is blessed with a joke of an opposition. So there are really no hardcore political compulsions here where there is a shrinking vote base or whatnot. So what is this audience that is being catered to? I don't understand genuinely. And coming to the second part of your question, all of us have learnt our lessons from the Nupur Sharma episode, so don't put me in a spot. Okay. All I will say is this. Computer and education will not change the mindset. I hope the government realizes that. Address the mindset head on, don't beat around the bush. Ho gaya, ho gaya. If the homeland, let's say, if the country of birth or the land of birth of Islam is addressing this issue head on, why can't Bharat, having suffered the consequences for at least 1200 years? I think there is a serious paucity of imagination, originality, and vertebracy on this particular front. That's all I have to say. Despite the achievements of the government on every other front, and despite me being a votary because there are really no other options, I would still say on this front, it's been a letdown. That is my humble opinion. I could be wrong, I could be trolled for this, but I will stand by this opinion because I'm backed by facts.
That's all, I'm afraid we have the time for. On to the next session. Thank you, Sai.
Can someone switch off the AC? It's very noisy.
Good afternoon and namaste to everyone. This session was originally supposed to be me posing questions to the author about the book, Life of an Understanding. But the author, Shivkumar, fell ill and was hospitalized yesterday, so he couldn't make it yet. And so now we will have a book discussion, and Anand and Sandeep has really graciously agreed to a part of the time, and I thank them on my and Kunal's behalf for doing it at such a short notice. I have this slide, Sandeep's pictures.
You'll have to speak into the mic and lower the mic also.
Yeah, can you guys hear me? Yeah. So, before we start our discussion on the book, the subtext or the subtitle of Kunal's book is 6 Degrees of Separation. I just took this opportunity to prove or to emphasize the point. This is a picture from Sandeepji's recent book, Revolutionary, and if you look at it carefully, you'll see that the school's name is Dinamalar School in Varanasi, Benares, established in 1854 by Sandeepji's family. And by an amazing stroke of coincidence, this is also the school where my father, who is 92 now, studied right up to the 10th standards. And the plaque that is next are the names of some of the people who gave up their lives, some of them just 16, 17-year-olds, seniors to my dad, and some of the teachers of my dad. And after almost 80 years, both of us from the same family on the same podium. So that was just a side. So the question is, this book of Kunal is a sort of an autobiography. I call it a sort of an autobiography, and I'll just kind of elaborate on why I say so. The question is, why should anybody read this autobiography of a not so famous Indian military historian and filmmaker? Because from where I see this book, almost 80% of the book, or maybe even more, is what can be termed as contemporary history. Kunal, through his life as a journalist, as an author, and as a filmmaker, was eyewitness to some of the most iconic incidents of our country since the 70s and 80s. Take his father's stint into consideration, who was a brigadier general in the Indian Army, and even the 62 war, the 65 war, and the 71 wars. And each and every page of this book is replete with incidents where Kunal has gone ahead and not pulled any punches, and some of the chapters we were, as publishers, were very a little scared that maybe we'll get lawyers' notices and stuff like that. So far, it hasn't happened. It's almost 5 months now. So the things like the 6 riots of 1984, the Operation Blue Star, the Bhopal gas tragedy, the Kargil war, the Siachen, the so-called attempted Siachen sellout in the 2000s, and the encounters and his stay with Hizbul Mujahideen for 5 days are all these incidents and many, many more which are there in this book. And I personally think that this is what I can call as the first draft of history, and going forward, some of the incidents will probably feature in history books in the coming years. Before I move on to the panel, I would just like to read a couple of pages from the book. Basically, these are the pages which, when shared with me about a year back as the first draft, sent shivers down my spine, and I think I will share them with you. It will not take more than 3 minutes, and then I'll pass it on to Sanjeev and Anandji. So this is from a chapter called Trial by Fire, the Sikh Riots. And it begins, on the fateful 31st October evening in 1984, when Delhi was beginning to see the beginnings of attacks on Sikhs in the aftermath of Mrs. Indira Gandhi's assassination, with the stolen papers from Vicky Graham's table burning a hole against my chest,
I was not quite sure what I wanted to do. Driving my scooter almost instinctively, I turned from Parliament Street towards Cathedral Church of Redemption and then went up to the North Avenue and into Rashtrapati Bhavan. Usually there are at least 2 police pickets there, but no one challenged me. Even at the Rashtrapati Bhavan, there was not a soul. So I parked and went into the imposing building, literally walking into without being stopped or questioned by anyone. I entered a long room where a JCO ADC was sitting at a desk, but he either did not see me enter or he just ignored me. Benu's room was not too far away, and as I stood there wondering what to do, the JCO ADC got to his feet and Gyani Zail Singh wandered into the hall. I had twice met the president before and had been quite taken in by his spontaneous warmth. Taking the sheaf of papers out of my jacket, I walked towards him and wished him. The president did not respond. He just seemed to look at me with a blank, bewildered look. I started to say something, but I felt the JCO ADC's hand on my shoulder. I turned to look at him, and he indicated with a nod that I should leave the president alone. I looked again at Gyani Zail Singh. His face and eyes were blank. It was almost as if he was seeing nothing, hearing nothing. He turned and went back from where he had come. It was unnerving, to put it mildly. In Benu's room, I sat down on the bed and must have dozed off, for I was woken up by Benu, who asked me, "What the hell are you doing here?" Benu listened quietly as I quickly updated him, telling him I had stolen the papers from the Associated Press office and then came straight to Rashtrapati Bhavan. I told him there were no police personnel on the roads and no one had challenged me on my way in. He knew I had tried to talk to the president. Presumably, the JCO ADC had told him. And he explained that Gyani Zail Singh was almost in a state of deep shock and he was being sedated. It was 9:30 p.m. It was 9:30 in the evening, and we both knew that the clock was ticking. Benu told me that the writing was spreading slowly and there were reports of tempos coming in from direction of Gurgaon with kerosene and old tires and white was anticipated. The voters' list now left us both with no doubt as to what was being planned. Kunal, you go to my father. He's in Delhi area ops room monitoring the situation. I'll call my sister and she'll meet you outside the Flagstaff House. Get going. I was already halfway out of the door and ran down the imposing courtyard where so much history had been scripted. My trusted Vijay Super fired at the first kick and I was again racing down South Avenue right, then left, Teen Murti through to Kautilya Marg. All these areas were completely deserted. Not even a stray dog was visible. Even Sardar Patel Marg was deserted, as was the police post at Dhaulakua. I turned in at Pratap Chowk and reached the Mandir Marg and Mal Road intersection, where on left was General Jamwal's residence. Benu's sister Vandana was standing at the gate and she climbed on behind me. Headquarter Delhi area was just a stone's throw away from parking. We both half ran into the GOC's office. The staff there recognized Vandana and after a few minutes the general came into his office. He greeted me with his usual hello son manner. That he had received a call from Benu as was telling him I was on my way. "Where is the fire?" he asked. I told him it was spreading, and even though South Delhi roads were still clear, there was already a pall of smoke around Ring Road. I handed him the sheaf of papers without comment. The general sank into his chair and started to glance at the sheets. Putting aside the page he had already seen, he probably ran through a dozen pages, after which he looked at me and said, "Where did you get this?" General Jamwal knew I was a journalist, but for some reason I felt I could not implicate Associated Press. I said I could not tell him where I got the papers from, but this seemed authentic enough. The general looked at me and looked at a few more pages, then called his ADC. "Take Vandana home, take my car." Vandana in turn looked at me and nodded and left. General Jamwal sighed and leaned back in his chair. He was looking at me and I presumed he was working out what course of action to take. When he spoke, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "I cannot do anything. I do not have the mandate. Or, for that matter, the troops." I looked at him incredulously. He collected the papers and deliberately folded them back in their original shape. I extended my hand expecting him to return them to me, but he instead opened his drawer and put them away. "Leave this with me, son," he said again, shook his head. "I simply have no troops in Delhi." This was too much for me. I said that that was not true, for I had seen at least 2 infantry battalions come down Ring Road earlier in the evening. Besides, 35 Infantry Brigade was in Delhi and 9 Infantry Division was in Meerut. Get them, I implored. And then I added, there are enough Sevadars in Delhi cantonment who, even if armed with sticks, can stop any rioting by just their presence. Just a flag march in Tilokpuri, sir. Whoever these guys are, they will think twice once they see the army. Jambal was now clearly irritated. His entire body language had changed. There are no troops in Delhi under my command, he said. His voice still measured. Son, you have had a long night. You got the papers to me, now go home. He then got up and left his office, leaving me to find my way out. I was devastated. Over to you, Sanjeev Ji Anand.
Thank you very much. I will confess, since I was dragged into this just last night, I have not really read the book. I glanced through it in between the last few sessions. So I've only read bits and pieces, but I've got a sense of it. It's really about, well, it's a journalist's life, but a remarkable, interesting life, where he has done a lot of things and been eyewitness to. Of course, you talked about the Sikh riots, but many things, the Kargil War and many Siachen and all those kinds of things. So, I mean, it's a book I'm definitely going to read through more carefully after this. But since you specifically used this example of the Sikh riots and how it was in some ways carefully crafted, many of the things that are actually blamed on Prime Minister Modi in Gujarat actually happened during the Sikh riots. And there is more than adequate evidence of this. What is even more interesting is that this was not the first run of this behavior. Exactly the same thing had happened to the Brahmins of Maharashtra after Gandhi's assassination. And so that is also interesting how this is quite systematic, and one should begin to ask the question whether it had something, the whole thing has something to do with these specific communities and their histories. I had in my talk talked about what had happened to the Maharashtrian Brahmins. You just talked about what happened to the Sikhs. Let me tell you about what happened to the Bengali Hindus, not just after partition, but what happened to them in India. I don't know if Deep is still here in the audience, but he's written a fantastic book about Mari Jhapi massacre. So let me tell you a little about what that was all about. Most of you will be aware that in 1970-71, there was large-scale ethnic cleansing and genocide in what is now Bangladesh, but was then East Pakistan. In that, there was 3 million, mostly Hindus, were killed. Muslims were also killed. There were many nationalist Bengali Hindus, Muslims who were also killed. But the bulk of that 3 million were Bengali Hindus. And about 10 million of them came into India as refugees in various places. Now, after the war was over, many of them did not want to go back home, because in fact, many of those massacres had not been done by the Pakistani army, but by their own neighbors. So there was this real problem. Now, what was the political organization that these people could turn to? The Congress was not very wildly keen on dealing with them for their own political reason. So they reached out to the one organization or only political party that had some interest in their existence, and which was a party that many people now forget, is called the Revolutionary Socialist Party. Okay? The RSP is a descendant of the Anushilan Marxists I talked about in my first talk. So they were basically the revolutionaries who had drifted towards Marxism, but were still suspicious of the British and Russian influence on the Communist Party. So they had remained separate during the Second World War. They had not collaborated with the British. And then, because their hub was East Bengal, they had then converted themselves into something called the Revolutionary Socialist Party. Now, after independence, many of these people had got stranded in East Pakistan. So now, that these 10 million people were in India, there was no party to organize them. So the only party to which they could sort of turn to was the Revolutionary Socialist Party. And so the Revolutionary Socialist Party did begin to organize some part of these 10 million Hindus who had decided to remain back. Now, as a part of the settlement of these millions of people, many of them were sent off to Dandakaranya. And now, of course, they were not used to the climate, they didn't like to be, and many of them wanted to be put back at least to West Bengal, where there was some cultural affinity. So in 1977, the left alliance came to power in West Bengal, led by the Communist Party of India, Marxist, CPIM, and Jyoti Basu became the chief minister. Now, one of the important parties of that alliance was the RSP. And the RSP basically encouraged the CPIM to basically invite these guys who had been sent off to faraway places like Dandakaranya, these refugees, to come back to West Bengal where they would be put up. Now, these rumors were then spread around in these refugee camps, and some of them began to move back. But of course, no arrangement has been made for them. So ultimately, some of these guys, encouraged by the RSP, ended up on an island near the edges of the Sundarbans called Morijhapi. And they began to just settle there. Lakhs of them, 2-3 lakhs of them just came and began to settle there, set up villages, began doing all kinds of things, fishing boats and all kinds of other things, and they began to settle there. Now this is the point at which how dirty politics takes place. Jyoti Basu realized that this sudden influx of RSP supporters would change the dynamics of what had otherwise been a CPM area. So he then basically surrounded the island, cut off food and water. By the way, there was not adequate water also on that island. And then sent in these parties of party workers and police to basically carry out massacres. Those who tried to escape, boats were sank, there were many people who actually died of thirst on that island. It's difficult to guess how many people died. It's somewhere between 4,000 and 10,000. Deep is not here, but he'll tell you, we don't really know how many people died. But it is by some margin the worst state-sponsored massacre in independent India's history. You don't hear a word about this. Of course, the RSP, which should have stood up for its own, did absolutely nothing. And one of the reasons the RSP basically disappeared in Bengal, because their whole image was that they had been revolutionaries, etc. They were shown up to be essentially cowards, and so consequently the party basically withered away. But I'm telling you this story because effectively what is mentioned here by Shiv is what he saw happen to the Sikhs, who were also important part of the revolutionary movement. What happened to the Brahmins of Maharashtra also happened to the Hindus of Bengal, not just in Bangladesh and East Pakistan, but also to the refugees when they came over to India. This is unfortunately stuff that happened in living memory. Eyewitnesses of this are still alive. And yet, I grew up in 1980s Kolkata. Within 100 kilometers where all of this happened, and I had no idea it had happened. It's only when I was an adult and I read about it that I found out about this. This is the level of how this entire thing is being pushed down, and this history has not been told.
Yes, thanks very much. First of all, for me being on this panel, and as Sanjeev also said, Alo recruited us only last night, and I've barely been able to, skim through the book. So my apologies if I've probably even read less than Sanjeev has, and you know how confusing it can be. S.M. Krishna's predicament at United Nations. He was reading the Portuguese diplomat's speech. Yesterday, Ashok Gehlot was reading last year's budget. So I don't want to be reading Sanjeev's book now, but a few things that I could very quickly glean out of what Shiv wrote. One thing that one of his chapters actually details about him being journalist and this labeling. And funnily enough, Sanjeev also, talked about, when he talked about Bhagat Singh being communist and, so many, and it's incredible how infected we all are at labeling each other. Sanghi, Darbari, Aptad, and God knows how many other labels that exist. Any other, like Qaumi is one. I'm from JNU, so I know about Qaumi. Any other label that I might have missed? Bhakt, yes, Bhakt is one, yes. I used to get very perturbed when I was called Sanghi and Bhakt, not anymore now, I take it as a, Andhbhakt, yes, Bhajan Mandali, Bhakt, all those things, yeah. But, and especially in the context of what Sanjeev said in his, during his short speech, was that India's largest trade union, AITUC, which is a communist trade union, its flag is a red flag with hammer and sickle. Do you know who founded it? Lala Lajpat Rai. So, this notion of who is a communist, who is a Sanghi, they were so superfluous then. And to be very honest with you, this whole thing about the communists, nothing was known about how treacherous the commies are. Sorry if I'm, please don't quote me out of this room because I have to go back to JNU. And the fact that they killed 100 million people, they hadn't committed all those crimes at that point of time. Nobody knew about, the real, how the mind of Lenin ticked. Nobody knew that Stalin would go on to kill 10 million people. In fact, knew about, the real, how the mind of Lenin ticked. Nobody knew that Stalin would go on to kill 10 million people. In fact, not until 1960s, when Khrushchev himself talked about the truth about Stalin, did people get to know about Stalin. And even now, believe it or not, you go to YouTube, some JNU professors still do not believe that it was Khrushchev who was telling the truth about. They say that it was CIA's someone who had actually planted that thing, and the words, the lip movement is of Khrushchev, but the words are of CIA. I'm not joking. That a JNU professor could think this could happen in the 60s is really incredible. But the fact is nobody knew. And I dare say if you were to, it's such a, ambrosia of, how do you say, utopia, and everyone was taken in by this whole wind called communism. I dare say, half of this hall would be communist in the 1920s. I certainly would be, because I'm from JNU.
1920 is not many people knew about communism.
Yeah, but Bhagat Singh was, 20s, right? So, yeah, so, during that time, and so, to take pride in the fact that Bhagat Singh was a communist and everyone else wasn't, or, he was not a communist, he was, at that point of time, the labels simply had no meaning whatsoever. Right now, yes, I can say with some certainty that labels do go on to identify, a particular proclivity. But then again, because Shiv is a journalist, I would like to perhaps even ask Sanjeev and you, or throw it open to the thing that how, when we constantly talk about, how polarized the electorate is, or, the voters are, do we spare a thought about how polarized our journalists themselves are? They are the people who are supposed to give us the news absolutely objectively. Whenever they raise any issue or they talk about it, they are supposed to at least say, has this thing happened before? Is there past precedence? That is how scientifically and objectively and rationally, you go about talking about things. But right now, I'll be, out of 100 journalists, I don't think more than a couple are doing that, and those couple are possibly in this hall. So away from this also, this thing about labeling that Shiv talks about, how true is that in establishing our psyche right now in contemporary times, Sanjeev? For a start, are you a Sanghi?
Yeah, maybe. Who never went to a shaka, as a famous book now says. Well, it depends what you mean. As I said, even those labels tend to be, you have to be very careful about them. So today, for example, when you think of the Democrats and the Republicans, you get, the Republicans are painted as being the party of the white supremacists, and the Democrats as being the flag bearers of freedom and minorities and so on. Do remember that in the Civil War, it was the Republicans who represented the North and were anti-slavery. It was the Democrats who were trying to continue slavery. Do always remember that these labels can be very misleading. They change in flavor at various points in time. The ideas may not. There were white supremacists then, and there are white supremacists now as well. But labeling can be quite messy, and I think I mentioned this earlier as well. When you talk about the right and the left in the 1920s, or you talked about socialists, socialism or the left simply meant people who were anti-colonial or basically anti-establishment. So ironically, in his own book, Netaji writes about how the Lal Bal Pal trio are leftists. And he talks about Gandhi, etc., as being the rightist, i.e. they being in favor of the current establishment. So there are these kinds of labels that get thrown about. But my own sense is that it is not. I'll also not be too harsh about using labels in the sense that it is a useful shorthand when having casual conversation, but it needs to be taken into context of the times.
So Sanjeev and Anandji both, one of the things that Kunal mentions very clearly in his book, and he's not kind of mincing words, he names names, and these are all contemporary people. He talks about, he mentions about an incident somewhere in the early 2012, 2011, there was a track to diplomacy going on with Pakistan, where at some point of time it was decided between some officers and some bureaucrats and certain politicians to demilitarize Siachen. Kunal, along with some of the serving military officers at that time, fought it tooth and nail. And I think during one of the launches of this book by Professor Debroy, he did mention very guardedly that he checked with certain people in the government at that time whether how true it was. And Professor Debroy said that he did not get a no for an answer. So would you guys be able to talk anything about what would have happened to Siachen, or what your take would be if we were to demilitarize it today or at any point of time?
Well, I don't know what happened. I haven't studied the particular subject, and I didn't ask anybody about it, so I'll go with whatever Shiv Kunal has to say. But I will make a larger point. There remains, and has been for a long time, as I said, we can use now in a modern context a collaborationist class in India, which always wants to do this compromise because of a few plates of biryani in Lahore. And I have never understood this. This is very well ingrained even to this day in certain parts of the bureaucracy. And because I now have a somewhat bad reputation, people are now more careful about conversing about and expressing themselves about this. But even as recently as 2017-18, when I had just joined the government, and my somewhat militant views may not have been as fully known in the system as before, I would routinely come up with, this kind of conversations in, casually. That was the conversation at a certain arena, let's say in IIC or in a dinner party, etc. This was the default to which everybody says. So even if you agreed with something else, you had to first defend it against this general default. And I would love to find out why this collaborationist default happens. One of my theories is partly it has to do with the continuation of the collaborationist class after independence as being our upper middle class, intellectual class. That may be part of the story. But it is quite interesting. I have been recently reading up a lot on African social media. And it turns out that this is quite systematic. The systematic use of dollarized salaries of aid agencies to essentially buy out the children of the elite and the bureaucracies of developing countries
is quite a common and systematic thing. And so therefore, I would argue that this triangle of Khan Market, Lodhi Road, and IIC, and all the institutions that are there, and the systematic buying out over time of our elite, even after independence, including systematically incorporating even new blood into this collaborationist class, is something that is not generally happening. It is something that is done systematically with a certain sort of intent in mind.
I know only one person who dines at Khan Market, stays at Lodhi Road, and is an ISC member. No.
As it happens to me, I don't.
No, but you know, when you talked, it's a very important issue that you talked about, and it's very closely knit with journalism. And of course, these are layman's opinion. And before I came into public eye, I would have said, I'm sorry, I don't have enough expertise to talk about it. But then in Fellini's 8.5, you know, the main protagonist Guido says, gets up on the rostrum and says, I have nothing to say, but I'll say it anyway. So like that, I'll give you my opinion right now. A lot of journalists were hankering for this track 2, track 1 diplomacy with Pakistan, especially after the bus ride. And I remember the same time, you know, 2010, 11 and everything. And Sanjeev asks a very important question, which is, why would you do it? What is your incentive? I mean, surely they were rich enough, and you know, chai samose ke liye, biryani ke liye, koi Lahore kyun jayega? Yahin Kareem mein kha lega, you know. So, why would you do it? Is it by habit, or is it by actually an anti-India agenda, bit by bit, brick by brick? And I really don't know the correct answer to that, and I think it might be the latter, because there are some people who you can see through their agenda within 5 minutes. And then you know they would never work for India, they would never be for India, they would never work for Indian interests. Yes. No, but he's worked tremendously in India's interest ever since he made that chai wala comment. I mean, he has anointed Modi as the Prime Minister, so, you know, you're wrong there. No, but I mean, I meant Gilani, Saeed Shah Gilani, because you're talking of Pakistan, Kashmir and all that. And the reason why I say this is because you've seen so many editors, journalists, you know, be so close to Gilani, go and have chai with him, biryani with him, and lunch with him, call him on conclaves. He has been to Delhi so many times, he's spoken on, you know, what is the thing. And when I say that, you know, one can see through these people within 5 minutes. It's possibly even less than that, because I'll make it even less for you, because I've taken extracts from his own book. And I want to read those out, because it'll become very clear, you know, why people still hanker to talk to these people. So these are extracts from Gilani's book, Naya-e-Hurriyat, right? I'll just tell you what his thought process is. These are some quotes taken from it. And Gilani was the one, you remember, and Sai is right, Manishankar Iyer, the HT editor-in-chief, and so many other journalists. So many have gone and met him and wanted. So this is what, these are Gilani's sayings. Muslims are a Qaum wholly separate from the Hindus. Muslims are a complete separate nation on the basis of their religion, culture, civilization, customs and practices and thought. Their nationalism and the foundation of their unity cannot be based on their homeland, race, language, color, or economic system. The basis of their unity is Islam and Islam alone. Pakistan was created for the hegemony of Islam and for establishing an Islamic system. Pakistan is the land of the dreams of all Kashmiris because it was one in the name of Islam. Accession to India would result in the Kashmiri Muslim having to live perpetually under Hindu slavery. The entire struggle of the Kashmiri people is for the sake of Islam and for the accession to Pakistan. It may seem like these are extracts from some guy saying, you know, Sai has referred to them in his book, but, you know, this is across time, across space. What was said by, you know, some bigot 100 years ago mentioned in Sai is being repeated by Gilani. Kashmir must become an Islamic state. Our goal is the establishment of Islamic government. Our struggle is for the sake of Islam. Islam removes people from the slavery of people, but secularism makes the people slaves of Delhi. And these journalists were calling Gilani as secular. The ongoing struggle against Indian rule in Kashmir is not an ordinary war, but rather a jihad. India is a bigger enemy of Islam and Muslims than Israel. I plead with the Afghan Mujahideen to come forward to help liberate us from India, and by doing so, express their bond of Islamic brotherhood and religious commitment. In the light of the Quran, it has now become incumbent on the people of Pakistan to engage in jihad in Kashmir. These are the words of the guy who our editors and journalists were hugging and having tea and biscuits and wanting track to. I mean, what more can be said, you know?
Fair point, Dr. Ranganath. One of the other things that Kunal's book stands out for is that fact that he and Shekhar Gupta were very deeply involved in covering the Punjab terrorism, plus the Operation Blue Stars. About 3 or 4 days back, there was an interview with one of the army generals who went in, General Kuldeep Singh Barar, with Smita Prakash, I think, in one of the interviews. And he mentioned very clearly that there are some people calling it a botched up operation. The some people is Kunal. So he starts the description of Operation Blue Star as that it was a completely botched up operation. And since he got a very close, a very bird's eye view. In fact, just to recount from my memory of what is written there, he was, I think, 21 or 22 years old at that time, and he was an AP journalist, just a couple of years old, and he was somewhere caught in Calcutta in torrential downpour, and his father, at that time, he was, I think, the 11th Division Commander in Jalandhar. They were frantically searching for him, and finally they get hold of him, and they tell him that there is going to be a flight for him at the Kolkata airport at such and such time, and he needs to get on that flight come what may. There were apparently, he describes it as 4 feet of water right up to the airport. So somehow he gets on the flight, and he's, kind of amazed to discover that's an Airbus 300. This is 1984, just brand new Airbus 300s. So with 300 passenger capacity, and he's the only passenger with 12 warehouses in it. That he also mentions very clearly. And he lands in Delhi, he lands at the Palam technical area, and he's flown from there straight to Chandimandir, which is the headquarters of the Western Command. At that time, General Sundarji was the chief of Western Command. So he's kind of driven into his room, and he's put there, and he's asked to describe what he saw in Golden Temple during his last visit. Apparently, he was the last serious journalist who was inside the Golden Temple for any long or protracted period of time. And Kunal starts by telling him that, sir, as far as I'm concerned, I have counted 64 LMGs. And on that comment, General Sundarji gets up and tells him that you journalists love playing generals, you have no idea what you're talking about, and he walks off. So after having flown him from Kolkata and done all this, all he spent with General Sundarji was 2 minutes, and what Kunal was trying to tell him, he wasn't even heard of. So apparently later on, General V.K. Singh was a major at that time, and he was there with his boss. So especially with the meetings with Mrs. Gandhi, General A.S. Vaidya, the Chief of Army Staff at that time, repeatedly told Mrs. Gandhi, don't do it. There is frontal attack on the Golden Temple. It's not a good idea for XYZ reasons, and this is not going to end well. While the meeting was going on, General Sundarji drives in, walks in, sweeps Mrs. Gandhi off the feet and says that this is how we'll do it, this is how it is done. And kind of General Vaidya was moved to the sidelines. And the attitude at that time, as described by General V.K. Singh later on, was that all our Indian army had to do was show up, and the terrorists would just, exact words, shit in their pants and leave their guns and run away. That is not what happened. So ultimately, I think after 36 hours of sheer butchery, they had to bring in tanks and break. The whole idea was to save the Akal Takht in the Golden Temple. That never happened. So that is why Kunal's assertion that it was a botched up operation, because it was not planned through. So would you guys have any ideas about that part of narrative?
Well, I mean, as a child of the 80s, I mean, I lived through that, I remember. But of course, the media was heavily censored and completely, Doordarshan was completely controlled by the government. So I only have one version of it. And you're absolutely right, it was a botched up operation. It's only 20 years later down the line I got to know that.
We are suffering even today because of that operation.
Yes.
Khalistani movement gets a new fillip every time they talk about the Blue Star.
Yeah, they don't talk, I mean, they don't talk about that a lot of soldiers mutinied. They didn't want to go in, you know, that's a very sensitive thing, they don't talk about that. But 4 years down the line or 3 years down the line, there was, I think, was it Black Thunder? That happened during Rajiv Gandhi's time. And everyone, when that thing started, all of us thought that, my God, this is a repeat. This is going to be a repeat of Blue Star. But it wasn't. It was one of the most successful operations. And during that time, and you know, so I mean, what I mean to say is not so much the planning, it is how you execute an ongoing operation. So a man who dressed up as a rickshawala, he drove his rickshaw all the way to Harminder Sahib, and he just walked in. And the main terrorist, I forget that guy's name during Black Thunder. And this guy said, ISI has sent me, and he infiltrated that thing. And there were 74 bombs that were planted all across Golden Temple, including Akal Takht. And one by one during night, he diffused all those bombs. And later on, the terrorists had to surrender. Do you know who that guy was? He was Dawal. So it was not planned at all. He just went in, he volunteered, I'll just go in. So, you know, some things just happen, quirk of fate, and it was one of the most successful operations in Rajiv Gandhi's, I mean, you know, Punjab could have been, had that happened to the stage of
probably worse off,
Punjab would have been lost, Any memories of that era?
No, I mean, like you, grew up in the 80s. I read whatever the official documents were. I can't claim I have any particular insight into it.
But
So
we
another
actually thought Punjab was lost, to be honest. I mean, children of the 80s, there used to be transistor bomb blasts, and, you know, people would be taken out of buses and shot down, lined up and shot down. We thought Punjab is gone until KPS Gill came and, you know,
So another interesting incident, insight into the same thing from Kunal is that when Kunal came back, they were both working at India Today at that time, Shekhar and Kunal. So when Kunal came back and filed his
working
report,
on the coup story.
No. So that's another thing that features in the book, the reality of the coup story.
So why don't you tell us that?
So the coup story.
The coup story.
So apparently, it was, again, I'm quoting Kunal here, I have absolutely no knowledge or information about the inner workings of the government either way. I mean, much less, I'm much at periphery than you guys are. But according to Kunal, one of the, this was kind of a planted story. And Kunal walked into Shekhar's room on 5th or 6th of May when the story was kind of published and challenged him that why would you tell such blatant lies? Because for a very simple reason that these exercise, I mean, what was the accusation? The accusation was that on 31st of January, early morning, there was a armored regiment moving from Hisar towards Delhi, which is basically what they were trying to do is measure how much time, depending upon what kind of obstacles you take to reach from point A to point B. Basically just an annual exercise of armored corps. By sheer coincidence, I think it was 10 paras which started off from Agra, again moving towards Delhi. This is the area of their operation. So this whole thing was picked up by one of the members of the government at that time serving, and this was conveyed to the journalists in question, and those journalists were apparently sat down and dictated what you're supposed to write. The biggest flaw in this story was that this happened on 31st of January. The story came out the day General V.K. Singh's hearing about his seniority or continuance as the Chief of Army Staff for another year that would start. So basically it was a complete plant to thwart any attempts of, to malign General V.K. Singh's attempt at getting his side of the story done. So that's the story.
You know,
of the
they
coup.
call journalism as the world's second oldest profession. Shekhar Gupta made it the oldest profession.
Why don't we open it up to
Yeah,
questions? That might be
please.
more fun. Yeah, there's a gentleman right at the end. Just a minute, we're getting a few mics to you.
So this may not be directly related to the topic or the book you are reading, but because you, Sanjeev Sanyal, is from Economic Advisory Council, I think I have the liberty to ask or get some kind of, thinking of the government in terms of, the floods that we saw in Pakistan in the last few months back, and it is a combination of several factors. It's not about the book. Yeah, that's only about the book? Yes. Okay, then I don't have it.
With regard to Punjab, since you mentioned Operation Blue Star and Operation Black Thunder, can you weave in the consequence and the assassination of Mrs. Gandhi with it? The consequence, the linkage?
I mean, there's a direct linkage. I mean, so this was obviously, Black Thunder happened later. So
and also, if you want the backdrop, that the genesis of the Punjab problem, and who is Brindan Wale?
So of course, as I said, there was a concerted effort from the century into the early 20th century of splitting Sikh identity away from Hindu identity. And the British heavily invested into it. Interestingly, so that I go back a little bit more, do understand that the first attempt of the British to wean away the Sikhs was not to emphasize Sikh identity, but was in fact to Christianize them. They tried to do that with Duleep Singh, and they invested huge amounts of effort into building various kinds of missionary institutions in Punjab, which by the way are still functioning, many of them. And so that was their very first attempt at splitting the Sikhs. But that thinking, however, evolved to saying that we don't have to Christianize them, all we have to do is to separate them from the Hindus and create a separate. And we see that particularly happening with the Gadar period, where of course they infiltrate all the Gurudwaras, not first in India, but outside of India, North America, Britain, and so on. So the genesis of this Khalistani idea happens abroad. Now, what happens is after independence, yes, you wanted to say something.
I was just trying to bring it to Alo's specific question
Yeah.
of what is the...
Yes, I'm
are you
coming.
talking about the proximate cause of Blue Star, of why it led to Blue Star? I'll address it from 1977 when they lost the election onwards.
Yeah, so I want to tell you that there has been this thing among the Sikhs for quite some time, this split, so to speak. And it is needled all the time, of course, by the politicians. This includes, incidentally, the Congress itself, again, trying to needle this as a way of splitting the Sikhs themselves into various groups and try to utilize them in various ways for the electoral gain, which, of course, Mrs. Gandhi herself does, and there are many, many witnesses of the fact that Brindan Wale personally was given support by the Congress party ecosystem till he became way too big and something had to be done about him. So he was definitely a case of a Frankenstein. I'm not the first person who has made this point, but over to you.
So again, I'm quoting Kunal on this one. He's specifically spoken about, not only there is a RNAW officer who was on with Gaurav Arya a couple of days back. He describes exactly how this happened. That 1977, after losing the elections to the Janata Party and Akali Dal combined, especially in Punjab, I think within a matter of 3 or 4 months, Sanjay Gandhi got in touch with Kamal Nath and asked for a plan to how do we come back to power in whenever we go in for elections next time. So, so keeping the fact that they needed to beat Akali Dal's agenda, they had to pick up a cleric. So there were about, according to some of the authors, including Kunal, there was an interview of sorts. there were 5 or 6 clerics who were interviewed, and Jarnail Singh Bhindrawala, who by another coincidence used to live 10 kilometers from where my house in Moga, Punjab was selected because he looked to be the most militant and he looked to be the most powerful orator and all that. So keeping that in mind, he was promoted to, in inverted commas, take care of Akali Dal. And I think within a matter of 3 years, he just went out of hands. And there were 2 or 3 opportunities of arresting Bhindrawale, once in Hisar, another time again in Haryana, where it is rumored that the British SAS services guidance and consultancy was also needed so that they could do a helicopter drop and pick him up. But at last moment, all these operations were cancelled by Mrs. Gandhi, and he was kind of he kind of ballooned into a massive Frankenstein, and then we end up with Blue Star. Does that answer your question, Alo?
You have 5 more minutes. I want to ask a question.
Just one question, and this connects to Mr. Sanyal's point about the British attempts at Christianizing the Sikhs in Punjab. Are we looking at a similar situation now? And is Punjab worse today than it was before, thanks to an irresponsible state government and the infusion of drugs and the normalization of the Khalistani sentiment, especially after the events of 26th of January 2021? What do you think of it?
Again, my
tractor parade.
Personal views. I'm not a journalist. I will just say a couple of lines and then pass them on to Sanjeev and Anandji. Since I grew up in Punjab, I have seen Punjab from 1970s onwards. I was bang in the middle of the terrorism. My college was about 2 kilometers away from the... So many people don't know this, but on 6th of May 1984, the dress rehearsal for Blue Star was done in a Gurdwara in Moga. So there were about 30 odd deaths, and a couple of CRPF and army people also got killed. So from that perspective, what I saw with my own eyes at that time was far worse in terms of optics. The fact that my college was shut down and there were about 300, 400 people who were arrested from my college for being followers or for being the militant followers of Jarnail Singh Bhindrawale. What I see now is a much more sophisticated attempt that is going on, and it is kind of permeating very deeply. What the difference in 1984 militancy was that if you, for example, in Kashmir, the militants would, I mean, pardon me for saying this openly, militants would pick up women and kind of trade them, take them over to POK, sell them over there. And the men folk would whimper and cry and complain कि उनके पास AK है, हमारे पास कुछ नहीं है. But they will do nothing. Similar things if they were, or when they were attempted in Punjab, one of the parties would die. So this time the militancy is not that masculine, if I may say so, much well thought out, much well planned, and therefore much well insidious.
There's no doubt that there is this continuous use of multiple levers, particularly now outside of India, in various ways to instigate Punjab in various ways. For example, you will go, if you go to where Valmiki's ashram used to be, where Love, Kush, etc., by the way, just outside Amritsar. You go there, in the name of Valmiki being Dalit and so on, there is a small new prayer room kind of thing that has been built there. And ironically, when I visited there a few years ago, the lecture, the sort of pravachan that was being given to young kids was that Valmiki was a Dalit hero and he was unnecessarily being, this whole story of the Ramayana has just been thopoed on the Dalit community. And there's a completely different and bizarre story that is wound out about who Valmiki was and what his relationship was with Ram and so on. And just utterly made up. But this is happening where, the Valmiki ashram is. It's not in some vague village. It's a part of the thing. And the same thing is being done with missionaries and evangelists of various kinds. The thing that you just saw with, of course, the farmers' movement and so on. All of these are very well funded, well orchestrated machinery with very close links outside of India. So yes, absolutely dangerous things that are being attempted. And of course now may be encouraged by even domestic political dispensations.
If I can just add 30 seconds. I never look at the criminal. I always look at the person whose responsibility it is to get at the criminal. So I don't look at the anarchists, I look at this government, and this government is weak. But it won't be for long. As soon as Modi gets the majority, I think we should be fine by that.
In the next session, we have scholar and author.
So the book Hindutva, Origin, Evolution and Future consists of 8 chapters. The first chapter is about the origin of the word Hindu and its relation to the term Hindutva. There is this beautiful story about Siddhartha saving the swan which was harmed by Devadatta, and the relation of Siddhartha's healing hands and the wounded swan, that is the relation between what we call Hindu Dharma and Hindutva. Look at the term Hindu. Usually it is said that the term Hindu has been given to us by the foreigners because it is essentially a geographical term, and it is to the people who are living on the other side of the Indus River. Here I try to give a new interpretation based on what you can call the basic evolution of human consciousness. There is a new emerging field called neuroarchaeology, which tries to understand what kind of cognitive processes happen in a mind of a civilization or culture based on the archaeological finds. One can think of a psychologist called Julian Jaynes as the person who gave the fundamentals for this new way of looking at civilizations. And he proposed something called the breakup of the bicameral mind, the collapse between the left brain and the right brain, and the conversation that they were having of an auditory hallucination. And this gave rise to, he proposes that this gave rise to something called the axial gauge and the rise of monotheistic religions. This book came in 1970s. I think Richard Dawkins makes a very interesting comment on this particular person, that he was a genius or he was a complete crackpot. Now, down the decades, there has been a lot of renewed interest in this particular bicameral mind hypothesis of the arise of human consciousness. And I interestingly found that Ram Swarup independently had given a very more thorough framework for understanding this particular process, where he, though he doesn't name it, he calls it a kind of a integration. There is a bicameral breakup, but a kind of a bicameral integration, and that it happened in India. And what is the difference? Instead of monotheism, a particular external unit is the God, which is being used to unite this into a single consciousness. What actually we have here is a unity, a fundamental unity, and we incorporated all the so-called divine voices, etc., inside the consciousness of the person. So this is something that resonates with Vedic religion. In fact, Julian Jaynes makes a single comment on the entire Indian civilization. Vedic religion is a kind of a bicameral religion, and it gravitated towards Upanishadic time when the unitary consciousness arose. But actually we can find that this particular internalization, unity, the basis come there in Vedic religion itself. You have this whole story of the two birds sitting on the branches, etc. Now, we can also note another one aspect from this particular point of view. You have the yoga seals in Indus Valley civilization. The yogi seals show that humans have developed at that time, Indian civilization has developed the concept of consciousness and a means of going inside this unitary consciousness that is existing, and that resonates actually with the Upanishadic time. So irrespective of what the archaeologists say, this particular framework allows Upanishadic time to the period. Archaeologists may differ. This is a strong possibility. And a kind of division arises now. The division between what the Zoroastrian actually and but there is yet another development, that is, instead of just monotheism, they tend to develop something called monopolistic religion. So in monopolistic religion, in monotheistic religion, you talk about an extra cosmic God, a creator God. In monopolistic religion, what happens? There is not only an extra creator God, but that is only true God. All other gods become false. So you have Ahriman and you have Agra Mazda. Agra Mazda is the god of light, Ahriman is the god of darkness. So all your theological enemies can be seen in this framework, and they can be called as the agents of Ahriman. So it is Christianism that first this monopolistic religious concept arises. And they see the Vedic religion with a kind of disdain. There is this interesting inscription some 2,500 years ago, which talks about the demolition of the temples of the Devas by the Zoroastrian kings and the establishment of the true god of Agra Mazda. You can just have to remove Agra Mazda and you have to remove the Deva temples. You can keep the Deva temples even, and you have to put in another one name, and you would have a statement by Alauddin Khilji. So actually have this particular monopolistic arising, and they have a disdain for the religion that exists in this side of the Indus, and it is here first you have the term Hindu. So in inscription, this word Hindu arises. But what is actually the original source of the word Hindu? In Rigveda, and this was identified by, again interestingly, Airavata Mahadevan, who was a Dravidianist, and he was studying the Rigveda, and he had a convoluted theory actually. He says that the Soma ritual actually belongs to Rigvedic, to the Harappan civilization. And he says that it is the Soma ritual with the filter that is being represented in this unique seal. And he states that that particular small drops you can see actually, if you look at that unicorn seal of the Harappan civilization, you can see small drops coming out. And he says that these drops were called Hindu. Now, the Soma filter comes out as drops, and it is called Hindu at one point. In the River Sukta of Rigveda, the branch of Indus, Sindhu, is called Susoma. So now you have dots, the dots of Susoma as one of the branches of the Sindhu river in River Sukta. you have Hindu that is related to Soma, and in later period you have Soma, Hindu related to moon. So all these dots are already there in place. And next what you see, Huan Swan, almost I think 1300 years ago. He comes here and he writes about this nation, and he says that this nation is called Hindu. He writes this nation is called Hindu. That is some 700 years before Rajaraja Chola. He identifies, in fact, Huan Song had come to Kanchi also. So he had come to South India also. So he calls the entire nation as Hindu. And he says, why? Because not the Indus River. And he gives a spiritual meaning to this. He says, this nation shines like moon when there is spiritual darkness because of its rishis and jnanis and the bodhisattvas and others. And this nation is called Hindu. So you have not only Hindu, not geographical term, but also as a sacred term emerging. And you see this term again arising during the Krishnadevaraya's time, during the Vijayanagara Empire times, Hindu Raya comes. So the term has always been there, and what does it represent? It represents the theodiversity of this land. As I said, the monopolistic expansionist forces, they always want to destroy theodiversity. The term theodiversity was coined by Yogesh Chandra, a Buddhist scholar. So whenever this monopolistic expansionism tries to destroy theodiversity, the Hindu becomes important. It is like your immune system. Despite all the diversity inside, when a hostile thing enters, your immune system reacts with the concept of an unified self. Then only the concept of the unified self comes. The same way, in a natural religion like Hindu, the term Hindu naturally arises whenever there is a threat to what is the course of this. And the term Hindu has been Savarkar's definition of the term Hindu. I think 1940s, when Savarkar wrote Thoughts on Pakistan, he zeroes in on this definition of Hindu. Savarkar says that anyone who considers this nation Punya Bhumi, a Pitru Bhumi, is a Hindu. So Ambedkar notes that this actually is a very brilliant definition because everybody except. So the tribals are Hindus, people who believe in the Vedas are Hindus, people who don't believe in the Vedas, who don't know about the Vedas, they are also Hindu. Arya Samajis are Hindu, Brahma Samajis are Hindu. So this gives a theoretical basis for the term Hindu, he says. And when he creates the Hindu code bill, he uses the same definition there. He doesn't say anyone who considers this nation as Pitrubhumi and Punyabhumi. Rather, he says that anyone who is not a Jew or a Christian or Muslim or Parsi, all those people are Hindu. So this is the journey of. And Savarkar also says that is essentially a universal set of which Hindu Dharma is a subset. We have to understand here that when he is talking about this Hindu Dharma, he is talking about the popular concept of Hindu Dharma as the Vedic religion. It has its own greatness, great contribution, but it is part of the great civilizational process. And interestingly, the first person to use the term Hindutva as a civilizational process was not Savarkar. Savarkar improved upon it. The first person who used this was Rabindranath Tagore. The Hindutva had already been used, but as a civilization, as representing the civilizational process, as the basis of civilizational process, the use of the term Hindutva, the credit goes actually to Rabindranath Tagore. And we come to the second chapter. The second chapter is about Bharat Mata. There has been a propaganda that Bharat Mata is actually a colonial import. So this chapter goes into the roots of Bharat Mata, right from the Vedic times, into the culture that has been in Tamil Nadu, in terms of the Sangam literature, Chilapadiharam, And then it shows how every time there has been a fight that is needed to protect this nation, this goddess who takes a weapon, she has surfaced in the consciousness of this nation. For example, we have Madura Vijayam, written by Ganga Devi, where she talks about how Kampana Nayaka comes to dislodge the Madurai Sultans, who had actually closed the temples and who have been butchering the cows everywhere and who have been threatening people and tyrannizing them to convert their religion. At that time, Kampana Nayaka has been sent. Kampana Nayaka comes here. He captures Kanchipuram and he becomes complacent. His real goal was to liberate Madurai, but after capturing Kanchipuram, he becomes kind of complacent. And then in his court appears a woman and a sage. She takes a sword and tells that this was the sword that was given to the Cholas and the Pandyas by himself. And I am offering this to you now. You take the sword of Dharma and you. So God takes the weapon and uses it to, comes there. And the sword of Shivaji was called Bhavani, and the sword of dagger of Guru Govinda Singh was called Bhagavati. Not only that, we can tell that this all comes in this particular culture. These stories have arisen. When they were capturing Nagaland, Rani Gudinu, she has a vision. She goes into a village, sitting on a tiger, a goddess gives her a rifle. So this goddess, who gives you weapons to fight against these monopolistic forces, she comes again and again in history, and it is this that has come out as Vande Mataram and Bharat Mata during the colonial times. So that's about the second chapter. About what actually we mean by the protection of cow and how this worship of cow has been there in the Hindu culture, who are all have defended it. In fact, the entire freedom was to cow protection. When Britishers captured this nation, they wanted to, in a very big manner, in a very costly manner, in an industry, because they wanted them to be the food for their soldiers who would go and campaign in other parts of Asia, like Afghanistan and other regions. But what was stopping all this was the cow protection, the cow veneration that has been there with the Hindus. And even the so-called bowed down when they were under the Marathas. So the Britishers, they tried to get some pundits and write that cow eating was already there in the Vedas, etc., etc. And they tried to make this look like it was a very progressive thing, etc. And at that time, in Tamil Nadu, there was the saint Vallalar. And when he writes, and now you have to remember that Vallalar is being co-opted, the entire Dravidian movement and this Dravidian Christian movement, it is trying to appropriate Vallalar. If you look at Vallalar pictures, 10 years before, he would be wearing Vibhuti. If you look at Vallalar pictures now, Vibhuti would be erased, and he is shown as a kind of anti-Vedic, anti-caste warrior, social warrior. Actually, he was definitely against social discriminations, but he was not anti-Vedic. He openly states, and he was one of the earliest persons to talk in Tamil Nadu about the nature of Hindu family against the Abrahamic family of religion. It is Hindu family of religions that can actually impart to Vallalar, that can impart to a person immortality. If this particular science is present in other religions, it is an approximation of what is present in Hindu Veda Gamas. That is what Vallalar wrote. Now just think, such a person is being appropriated, and that means how much weak we have become. Okay, now coming back to this. So Vallalar understands one thing, that if India is made into a nation of cow eaters, into a nation of cow butchers, then our civilizational back spine could be actually broken. Had that happened, the famines would have been severe, even more severe, and we would not have been able to stand again. So Vallalar actually, he writes, his first book, what he writes is about the story of Manunidi Chola, in which, as most of you would be knowing, the Chola king has a son who had accidentally run his chariot on a cow, and then the cow comes and demands justice to the Chola king. What the Chola king does is, now it is very important, the Brahmin ministers in his court, they are telling that there is prayashita. There are prayashitas by which you can actually remove this particular sin. But the king demands that justice should be done, and then the king describes to his courtiers, basically his Brahmin ministers, the greatness of the cow. In which part of the cow, which deity resides. He elaborately talks about it and then tells, so to get that cow justice, I would kill my own son. Now he places his son in the wheel of chariot and he runs the chariot over the sun. Okay, this is a very celebrated story in Tamil Nadu, and Vallalar chooses this story. The reason is because he knows that if cow slaughter happens, then India's civilizational spine will be broken. In the north, you have the famous Kuka movement, which was the first Swadeshi movement. And they also fight because they wanted to protect the cow. So this is about the cow protection that happened, and what are all the things that have been happening after that. And here I mentioned about Mahatma Gandhi also. So Mahatma Gandhi took the cow protection, and he was actually a proto-Hindu ecological thinker. We can consider him that. Okay? And he states that this cow protection is symbolic of, it is the greatest civilizational value of this country, and based on this, we can actually show that we respect all life, and he wants Hindus to do an outreach to the Muslims, convert them to protect the cow, to marinate the cow. That would have been a great, what I would call a conversion movement from the side of the Hindus. Okay, so that is about the cow protection aspect. And the fourth thing that we are coming to, the fourth chapter talks about social equality, racism, etc. One of the charges that has been always leveled against Hindutva is that Hindutva is a kind of a Desi version of racism and Nazism. So here the chapter talks about the important contributions of the Hindutvites to the social emancipation of this land. Right? So if you look at any society of that period, you would find that the marriage age of girls was very lower. And it was around 1869, 1889, like that, they were actually changing. And for your information, in the Roman Catholic canonical laws, till very recently, the marriage age of girls was very, very low. It was only after Francis came that he understood this could create very bad publicity that he changed it. Till then, the marriage age was very low, and they had this provision that wherever you live, you have to adapt to the land of that particular, the law of that particular land. Okay, now this marriage age, here also it was very low, and people used to say that this is our religion, and you should not touch it. Those who actually ran a campaign against this, they were not Christian missionaries, they were not European reformers, it was a person called Harbilas Sharda. This Harbilas Sharda was a strong Hindutvaite. He wrote a book called The Superiority of Hindu Civilization. He was the first person to talk about a pan-Asian Hindu-Buddhist alliance to counter Arabian as well as the European onslaught. He was also an Arya Samaji, and he was the one who was responsible for raising the marriage age. And this created a great social revolution. And this social revolution in this nation was created by Hindutvites. That is our legacy, our heritage. And then, this is 2023. In 1923, in the Bombay Legislative Assembly, a resolution was passed. This resolution was moved by C.K. Bole, Sitaram Keshav Bole. And this resolution said that the scheduled community persons should be free to go and use the public water bodies. They should be free to walk the public roads. They should be free to use the public parks, etc., etc. That was a very important Resolution Act, and it was made into a law, Bole law. And it was based on this law that the Magat Satyagraha starts. And Dr. Ambedkar's Magat Satyagraha is one of the very important events in the history, social history of India, as we all know. And when case was put on Dr. Ambedkar, etc., very important Hindu Mahasabha leader was the witness in favor of Dr. Ambedkar, that was Narayan Damodar Savarkar. Vinayak Damodar Savarkar could have gone there, but he couldn't because he was under house arrest. So he couldn't leave Ratnagiri actually. So he couldn't come. Narayan Savarkar went, and he was the person who was actually injured, very, very seriously injured during the Gandhi assassination after riots. And he died because of that. This was a person who fought not only for freedom, political freedom of this nation, but also social freedom of this nation. So this C.K. Bole resolution is the most important resolution. Who was this C.K. Bole? C.K. Bole later joined Provincial Hindu Mahasabha. And then when Dr. Ambedkar was going to Constituent Assembly, he meets him at the airport and puts a demand. You should recommend the saffron Bhagava flag as the national flag of India. So look at the kind of contribution they have made. When scheduled communities were very much oppressed, it was the great Hindu Mahasabha leader, Jayakar, Parister Jayakar, who actually passed a resolution telling that there should be reservation for scheduled communities in police forces. So you cannot categorize the Hindu Mahasabha people as kind of, or Hindutva movement as kind of patriarchal, Brahminical, etc., etc. These were all loaded terms. In terms of social emancipation of this land, Hindu Mahasabha and Hindutva movement has contributed more than most others. So that is about the chapter. Then the next chapter talks about the non-sung Hindutva leaders, the controversies, etc. related to them. So it talks about, for example, Veer Savarkar, Munje meeting with Mussolini, for example. So it has been said by that Italian scholar that Munje actually met Mussolini, and it was this fascist influence that led to the formation of RSS. The reality is completely different. Why did Munje go to Europe and meet Mussolini? Did he meet only Mussolini? Actually, Munje visited all the military schools throughout Europe. He went to England, he went to England, he visited the military schools there. He went to France, he visited the military schools there. He went to Germany, he visited the military schools. He went to Italy, he visited the military schools. And at that time, Mussolini was considered as a person who was favoring Indian independent movement. There was a great leader in India who used to tell everyone who comes to him to go and visit Italy and see Mussolini. His name was Mahatma Gandhi. So that was the kind of atmosphere that existed then. But why did Mussolini go and why did Munje go and visit Mussolini and the military schools? Because he was part of a committee. And this committee was asking for complete recruitment. At that time, this British had this idea that there were only few communities that were military communities, and these martial races or martial jadis alone could be recruited for army. So there was no universal recruitment. Munje was fighting for universal recruitment. All the jadis, irrespective of which jadi a person belongs, should be recruited into the army. So Munje wanted to state his case with very good evidence. He went and he saw how this military training is given to students throughout Europe, and he found that it was universal military training, and he was actually substantiating his case. For that he visited. In other words, the British were implementing a pseudo-scientific racial theory, which is very similar to the Nazi concept, and Mussolini was building a case against this. Munje was building a case against this, and he was for universal military recruitment. So these completely different things. How this has been made into by propaganda is very interesting. So it deals with this kind of myths in this chapter. Then we come to the RSS. The different myths relating to RSS, the kind of studies that have been made about RSS today. Our Dr. Vikram Sambath talked about them, and Anand Ranganathan, they talked about mixing of fiction and fiction, etc. When I was going to Shagas, that was when I was 14, I was going to Shagas, and at that time, this Bhopal gas happened. And one of the stories they used to tell in the Shagas is how the RSS people were going and how they were there along with the military. Only the RSS people were there rescuing people, etc., etc. But you don't find all that in any of the books around you. Okay. Later, Dominic Lapper, who died recently, who was the author of Freedom at Midnight, he came out with a book called Bhopal. In that book, he gives the entire credit to Teresa of Calcutta. She went and she, at once when the Bhopal tragedy happened, she goes there along with some sister. She goes there, the sister was a fictional character. They go and they work with the people. And what did the Indian army do? The Indian army completely cordoned off entire Bhopal and didn't allow anybody to go out. And it was, the Indian government was as if killing the people, and it was Mother Teresa who was going and serving the people there, despite the fact that the army was very oppressive. Almost 25 years ago, this kind of a narrative is being given as fiction. And I remembered very well that Teresa went there for one reason. Teresa went there, of course. She went there so that she could lobby to release the chairman of Union Government. That was the reason she went there. She didn't go there to help the victims. But the whole thing has been changed. And I went and asked the RSS people, actually, if there are any RSS people here, they should forgive me. They went and asked the RSS people, do you have any photos? I want to write an article about this. Do you have any photos of you people helping the victims? Then the RSS people gave their characteristic answer. Gee, no. See, we are helping our brothers. Why should we take pictures of we helping our brothers? That was the answer they gave. And when I was searching, I found a particular person. He was a Christian, he was a photographer. You remember that famous photo of a child, only the face of the child and a hand would be on the child. That photo was taken by him. And he had put an online photo exhibition. In that photo, and he was naturally he was anti-RSS, anti-BJP, etc. But he had put these photos. In that photo, there were these half-pint walas going and serving people, etc. So what I heard in my Shaga was actually validated by these photos, but our people didn't care to even document these things. As I said, these young people, they always think, okay, we are doing the seva, what is wrong? Why should we take a photo and why should we publicize it? But then the narrative is getting set like this. And also another one important aspect of RSS that this book discusses is about how within a small period of any disaster, RSS has been able to go and reach a particular place. Anywhere in India, whether the disaster is man-made or a natural disaster, the first persons to go and reach that place during that particular golden window time, they were the RSS people. How RSS made it possible? There has been no study on this. There has been no study on this. There are a lot of academic studies demonizing RSS, but this crucial aspect, this cost-effective organization, it does not need a building, it just needs a small ground, and it does not have membership, yet it is able to bring together the cadre at any particular time of disaster. Even where RSS is weak, they are able to bring together the cadre to help people, irrespective of caste, jati, religion, etc. And there is a very great quote by Guruji Golwalkar. Whenever you talk about Guruji Golwalkar and quote, there is only one quote everybody uses is in 1939, when he told that there is this, we have to learn this lesson from Germany and how she has purged the other races, etc., etc. There is a clear explanation of what actually he said and in what context he said, etc. in that particular book. But here, what happens here is that Guruji Golwalkar instructs the RSS cadre in a personal letter that was published very long time later. In a personal letter, not for publicity, in a very personal letter, he tells this. When you are going and serving people, don't differentiate them based on religion, caste, etc. When you serve them with the notion that you are serving the divine. The way a priest would be offering puja to the deity in the Garbhagriha, the same way you get to serve a person. That is the words of a person who had been depicted as a monster in the general discourse. This is about the RSS. Then there is a chapter on science and Hindutva. And this particular chapter I talk about today, interestingly, it is February 12, which is Darwin's Day. Okay? Darwin Day is celebrated, it was his birthday, so Darwin Day is celebrated to celebrate evolution. J.B.S. Haldane once said that with the discovery of natural selection, actually Darwin converted the entire Europe in principle to Hinduism. An exaggeration, but it's a very important thing. So this particular thing deals with the kind of exaggerations that are being made in the name of Hindutva. I call it cargo cult Hindutva. It is not a derogatory term as such. Marvin Harris has explained what is cargo cult. So when the aborigines of certain Pacific islands, they understood that they have helped somehow in the creation of the modern civilization, but they have been denied the fruits of modern civilization. So they create this cargo cult where the West had to repay. The same way, we have actually done a lot of contributions, but we don't know how to express those contributions. And we have been denied education of this particular aspect. I will tell you one example for this, a very solid example. There was this great scientist called Pushpa Bhargava. He was a great scientist. He was a great institution builder also, okay, but he was also a propagandist. So they created in 1970s an exhibition called MOSE, Method of Science Exhibition. In this exhibition, there are different panels were there. These panels became very famous. This became a basis for teaching method of science in different curriculum, even for arts students by IGNOU and other open universities. And in this particular, there are different panels on method of science. You don't have a panel on Karl Popper. You don't have a panel on Thomas Kuhn, but you have a panel on Lenin and you have a panel on Karl Marx. Okay? So this is the kind of propaganda that was going on, and we were being denied completely our scientific heritage, and so naturally we get into pseudoscience and we tell that this has been already invented and etc. etc. But actually we have contributed substantially. This particular chapter deals with that aspect. And us reason is post-independence, when we needed a cyclotron. It was Manas Saha who brought in cyclotron, who first created the first nuclear facility. And in that he was actually helped by Shyam Prasad Mukherjee. Despite the fact that Manas Saha had some kind of a Marxist favoritism, despite that, it was Shyam Prasad Mukherjee and who helped him, and it was Jawaharlal Nehru who was trying to stop his work. So this is a very interesting aspect here. And we have Dr. Murli Manohar Joshi, who was the brain behind Chandrayaan. Most of us don't know that. He was the one who created entire papers for Chandrayaan. He also created TKDL, Traditional Knowledge Digital Library, which actually reduced biopiracy by, say, 70% or something. And this is again based on his Hindutva rootedness. All these aspects have been dealt in this particular chapter. The last chapter is about Samanvaya. There are two kinds of processes, we can say. One is a very theoretical process, it is called dialectics, which is a very mechanistic process. And then you have a very organic process, and that process is Samanvaya. Samanvaya actually takes in the different heterogeneous thought processes and tries to create a broad mosaic with kind of harmony. And here we explain this Samanvaya as the civilizational process that upholds the civilizational core value of theodiversity. And we deal with, in this particular chapter, I deal with how this Samanvaya worked with the Hindu family of religions like Vedic religion, Buddhism, Jainism, and Sikh religion. In that particular Sikh religion, because just before we have been talking about it, I want to tell you one important aspect. The Sikh massacre that happened in 1984 didn't happen over one night or over one incident. The hatred against the Sikhs and the hatred of Sikhs against the Hindus, it was being built in a very gradual process, and Indira Gandhi government, the Congress government, knowing that it will create a grand human misery for generations, it was doing it for its politics. So the stereotype of terrorist Sikh and the stereotype of backward Hindu who was worshipping idols, etc., this was being created between both the communities, and then the Congress can play themselves as at one. They can be Janus faced, and they can tell that we are the only persons who to protect the Hindus from the Sikhs, and to the Sikhs they can tell we are the only minority defenders. So they were playing this game at that time. RSS was the only organization, despite the terrorists went and killed the Swayamsevaks in the Shakas, they went on telling the people that the Sikh culture is our own culture, the Sikh heritage is our own heritage. So I have produced in that some cover pages of the official RSS magazine in Tamil Nadu, where you don't have any Sikh population. You are not playing to the gallery. Here, you will find that around 1982 to 84, they have again and again told about the sacrifices that the Sikh Gurus did, what actually Sikh Gurus meant, etc., etc. So that has been shown in this particular aspect. And then we come to Christianity and we come to Islam. In the case of Christianity, it is a very interesting thing that this book talks about is, in Indian context, Christianity interacts with Hinduism in three ways. One is it tries for institutional appropriation of Hindu religious symbols and Hindu spirituality also. It's very, very, you can't even imagine what all the things that they have actually tried to do. How much time I have? How much more time I have? 20 minutes. 20 minutes, okay. Then, for example, there was in Kulithalai near Trichy, there is an ashram. The name of the ashram is Sachidananda Ashram. Okay, Sachidananda Ashram. And the person who founded that ashram was called Aswarupi Ananda. Okay, Aswarupi Ananda, he founded this ashram. His real name was Monachini. He was from France. This particular so-called ashram, in the registry of Catholic monasteries, it is registered as a Benedictine monastery, not as Sachidananda Ashram. This is for our consumption. Okay. And this Rupi Ananda, he started working models, a church very similar to a temple, etc., etc., so that people would get confused. Henry Lysaux, who was his successor, he went a step further. He assumed the name Swami Abhishtikananda. He wore this flowing saffron robes. He went and visited the Hindu temples, all the sacred places. Even a devout Hindu wouldn't have done that. At that time, 1950s, he went to Sri Rangam. He went inside. There was this board. He writes in his autobiography. There was this board that was telling that non-Hindus are not allowed. He just was, in a sly way, he went inside and he looked at all the people, their devotion, and at last they were giving prasada with the water and tulsi. He couldn't take it. He couldn't take it. At the same time, he exclaims in his, all this devotion, all these beautiful sculptures, to whom they should belong to. They should belong to this one true God of Christianity. Unfortunately, they are all going to these pagan gods. He goes to Elephanta Caves. He goes to Elephanta Caves and he looks, stands before that Mahadeva. He couldn't bear the beauty of it. He simply sits at that place and he cries and he says, this beautiful sculpture should belong to Christianity. And then he goes to Tiruvannamalai. He goes inside the Virupaksha cave and he sits there. He takes, wherever he goes, he also takes bread and wine. And then he conducts the Holy Mass there, telling that this place should one day belong to Christianity. And then he looks at the way people are flocking Ramana Maharishi. So he wants to train a boy as a Christian Catholic Ramana, the equivalent of Christian Catholic Ramana. Unfortunately, there is some interdenominational problem. The boy gets mixed away. So that Project Ramana didn't happen. Then there is this twist. One day, he goes near Rudraprayaga. And there also in a Shiva temple, he had done the same thing. He had taken the bread and the wine and he had conducted the commune. As he was passing by, he gets a heart attack. He falls down. And the people around there, they come, there's this sannyasi who had fallen down. They didn't ask about what religion you belong to, etc., what sampradaya, nothing. They help him in a very big way and he gets his life back because of the Hindus. And he starts wondering about this particular thing. He brings to question all the things that he had done so far. And even though he was doing it as a kind of just an experimental thing, all these yoga exercises, etc., that he had done, they also begin to have an impact on him. He writes in his diary, this church is keeping me still in the realm of Nama Rupa Vedas. I have to get out of this. I understand that, but I am wedded to the church, I cannot get out. So he becomes more and more critical of Christianity actually, and people start disliking him, etc. So these are examples given in the book about how Christianity tries institutional appropriation. Then there is another one where they wage a proxy war. They don't fight directly with you, rather they create a movement like the Dravidian movement, and through the Dravidian movement they fight. In fact, the Archbishop of Madurai, he had written a book, 1950s, called Christianity and Dravidian Movement, the Christian Church and the Dravidian Movement. In that he states that Dravidian movement is the time bomb that we have placed to destroy Sanatana Dharma. Very clearly they have stated that. But now what has happened is that the Dravidian movement, your Sun TV is actually telecasting Ramayana, Mahabharata, Veer Hanuman, Veer Ganapati, Bala Ganapati, etc. serials. So there is a Samanvaya process that is actually even absorbing these Dravidian movements, and they are resisting it. And their wives they send for the temples, and they would be talking all kind of nonsense. They would be facilitating Christian conversion there, and the wife would be going and visiting the Hindu temples here. All these kind of schizophrenic activities are happening for the Dravidian movement. So the church has a contingency plan, SEMA. So they tell that this Dravidian movement has cheated you, let us go for a pure Tamil chauvinist movement. And the pure Tamil chauvinist movement would tell that the Murugan whom you worship is not actually a god, but actually your ancestor. So the Murugan worship is only an ancestor worship. If it is only an ancestor worship, what prevents a converted Christian from entering the temple and offering worship to his ancestor in the way he thinks is right? He can light a candle there. He can come inside and he can light a candle there. Right? So this kind of things are there in incubator ready to be unleashed once they get power. All these are happening. So that is the second way of interaction. Then there is a third way of interaction, which is directly you attack violently. Okay? It happened in Tripura, where NLFT, the National Liberation Front of Tripura, along with the Baptist Church, it went around and asked people to get converted. The Jamatia tribes were hunted, they were killed, massacred, etc. I think Sandhya Jain, who is the sister of Dr. Meenakshi Jain, she has written a book even about how these conversions happen in a violent way in Tripura. So these are all the way Christianity has been interacting with Hinduism in India. There are also exceptions. For example, the first book on RSS was written by a Christian priest. First English book on RSS was written by a Christian priest, Anthony Elinchivattam from Kerala. And then he came to Mumbai. He joined the freedom movement, etc. He was also a Gandhian. So he was the person who coined the term pseudo-secularism against the Nehru government. In 1951, he published this book. And he praised RSS as the quintessential patriotic movement, etc. Then there was one famous Anthony Dinamalar. Anthony Dinamalar wrote a book called Sadhana, and it became a classic, a spiritual classic, cutting across all religious sections. He was a Jesuit priest, but he told that the master that I talk about is not just Jesus, it is also Krishna, it is also Tao, Lords, etc., etc. And he said that he wrote actually, Judas and Jesus are for me two movements of the same dance, etc. And the church was very angry. It completely prohibited his books. When Pope Benedict was Cardinal Ratzinger, even today there is this Inquisition office. It has another one name, but the Inquisition office is there. They published an edict telling that his books should be removed completely from all the places. So here is an example of how Christianity had been interacting. We should not forget the institutional aggression this monotheistic cults are unleashing. When we are studying the individual possibilities also that exist there, we should be very clear. So I have brought out this, and the RSS also had been having dialogue with the Christian community. There was this famous social reformer called Joseph Pulakunal in Kerala, and he was against the institutional Christianity so much that he has been called this Judas of Kerala. And he was running a Kerala Indian church, an Indian national church, and he had a very wonderful dialogue with Dr. K. Sudarshan when he was the Satsanga Chalak of RSS. They agreed upon that there should be no conversions, that it should be Christian, whoever Christians are here, they should actually adhere to an Indian national church and not the Catholic Church or Church of England, etc. So this kind of dialogues have been happening. Then there is also an interaction with Muslims that also have been given in the book. So these are all broadly the way the Samanvaya is being dealt in the book in its last chapter. So this is about Hindutva as a process of consciousness, a process of civilization, a civilizational process. And it is a process also of resistance against monopolistic aggression. And we have a great responsibility to take this process forward, because this is the only model that exists for the entire humanity to manage constructively its differences with mutual respect. When Hindutva becomes strong, let us assume we are going to Australia, we are talking to the Aborigines, and we are going to the Uluru Rock there. There, a Hindu can prostrate before it with the same devotion with which he would prostrate himself before Mount Kailash. That way, we would be validating the Aboriginal spirituality. We would be converting them to Hinduism. We would be validating the Aboriginal spirituality of that place. The same way, the natural religions everywhere where they have been initiated, whether Native Americans, whether it is the African spiritual traditions, in all these places, a strong Hindutva can validate the spiritual traditions. Then, naturally, the monopolistic religions will have to give up their monopolistic expansionism. We can create such a global civilizational pressure to make these religions leave out their monopolistic expansionism. We can actually dilute them. Sri Aurobindo actually has talked about this, okay, about diluting these aspects of Islam and Christianity. We will be able to do it. So with this, I end the lecture. Are there any questions?
I'm a dairy farmer, that's why I'm asking you this question about the cow. I don't know the average consumption of milk in India of our 1.4 billion population, but like just take it as 300 ml per person per day, which makes a lot of milk per day. So to produce that milk, say a cow is producing an average of 10 liters a day. So the number of cows we have to have, so the number of deliveries we have to have, 50% female, 50% male, sustaining those male calves without culling them is a huge economic loss. How does one go about it? Because goshalas can't cope, because I have gone and visited goshalas. They don't have the funds. People don't come up with that kind of money. So what's the solution?
Okay. Actually, I worked in Vivekananda Kendra in Sustainable Agricultural section. You would be knowing that, right? So we know one thing about this, that you should look at cow. In fact, K.M. Munshi had talked about this also in the parliament when he was agriculture minister, that we should also look at the cow for the manure that it produces and how this manure will play an important role in recycling of the nutrients. For example, you can use the manure for biogas production, small biogases. You can use them for biomethanation plants. For example, you can take the domestic waste and you can feed it to the biomethanation plant. But to inculcate the bacteria in it, you have to use the cow dung slurry. And once the slurry comes out, and interestingly, this was talked about by J.C. Kumarappa, who was a Gandhian, as you know. And he had talked about how biogas slurry can actually transform agricultural economics, etc., etc. So all these aspects should be taken into consideration when you are talking about a cow, okay, an old cow. When you are talking about an old cow, its economic utility should be seen in terms of all these aspects. And to my knowledge, such a study has never happened, number one. Number two, I will come to a particular thing that is there in this book, okay. We always talk about the overgrazing of the cow. And the reason why overgrazing is destroying the ecosystems, and so the cow should be killed. Okay, the cow slaughter should happen. So this is one of the arguments that have been put forth by the Sarkari environmentalists. Right from the time of Indira Gandhi during Salim Ali, they brought a Smithsonian scholar to India. They took this wonderful photo, I think it was Raghuram, I forgot it, of the cow grazing on the land, a skinny cow, and they showed that how this grazing, overgrazing by the cow is destroying the forest, etc. Okay, but later they found that every village, so this was a propaganda that was done by the Indira Gandhi government in a big way to create this national park and separate the villages from the forests completely. So the people cannot actually take their cows and graze in this land. What actually was happening was that these cows, the people would be taking the cows, they would be grazing the land, and the old cows, and separate the villages from the forests completely. So the people cannot actually take their cows and graze in this land. What actually was happening was that these cows, the people would be taking the cows, they would be grazing the land, and the old cows, probably the tiger or anything would come and would take that cow away, etc. would happen. Or if the cows are dying, for example, then they would be taken for production of meat, for the skinning of the cow, etc. would be happening. That way, in India, beef production without cow slaughter, by the death of the cow mostly, or very old cow getting killed like mercy killing, that would make Indian beef ecologically better, superior to beefs everywhere else. Coming back to your question, the answer is we have not studied the complete economic aspect and the externals as well as the other aspects of the cow, the commons that the cow creates. All these have not been studied.
My question is actually specifically about the male cows, which are 50%.
I'm talking about the male cows. So the male cows also give cow dung, right? I mean dung, right?
Oh, male cows you're saying? Okay.
I mean male
Sorry,
buffaloes,
I didn't understand.
male buffaloes,
Okay.
they also give dung, right? So these aspects have not been studied, number one. Number two, during the famines, it has been found that protecting your buffaloes, protecting the male part of the cow progeny, have actually helped agriculture to revive itself. So, taking this into consideration, we have to make an effort and we have to save them. That is the answer.
Sir, from the land of cow worshippers, Tamil Nadu, how it degenerated to a place where the North India is mocked as cow belt? What happened to us?
See, this is a very planned campaign, okay? Cow protection is there in our blood. Even today, it is in the urban television studios that people are talking about beef and people are mocking them as cow urine drinkers and all that, right? There is this famous minister in Madurai, you remember, who always used to mock us as cow urine drinkers, right? Komutra drinkers, that is how he used to mock us. He had a grandfather. His grandfather actually with Panchagavya, he installed the Ayyappa Vigraha that is now being worshipped in Sabarimala. So if we are Komutra drinkers, naturally his grandfather was also a Komutra drinker, he has to accept that. Okay? So the point is, if even today, if you go inside a Tamil Nadu village full of Dravidians, people who vote for DMK, go and tell that I would like to have a beef biryani, it will be very hard for you to come out of that village. Okay, that is the reality. When all these vicious campaigns were not happening, I will tell you an example, one example from popular culture. Okay, there was the movie in which a poor boy belonging to some other jati was in love with a girl who belongs to the zamindar of that particular village, etc. As usual, everything was happening. The father was adamant that he wouldn't give his girl to that boy. Okay. Then what happens? One day his cow falls into well. This boy rescues the cow. That moment the father decides he would give his daughter to that boy. The minute he saved my cow, I decided I would give my daughter to the boy. So this is the sentiment that is there. Everything else that is being told is absolute lie. Unfortunately, once you make a lie a fashionable thing, a fashion statement, it starts percolating. So we have to tell again and again that a person like Vallalar was for cow protection. There was a great scheduled community leader called Munuswamy who was in the parliament. And when the preamble of the parliament, the directive principles were read, and when the directive principles talked about the protection of cow and the progeny, is Munusami Pillai got up, he was a scheduled community representative from Tamil Nadu. He got up and said, as a Hindu, I am so happy that the directive principles have got cow protection in it. So that is the nature, okay? That is the nature of this society, irrespective of jati. This cow eating scheduled community, etc., beef as a food culture, etc., it is being wokeism, that woke actually, the Indic woke trend that is being created. So, okay. Yeah.
Everybody, can you kindly take your seats because we will be beginning the next session. In this next session, we have Dr. Meenakshi Jain, historian and author, in conversation with Alo about her book, The Hindus of Hindustan, a civilizational journey.
Welcome to this penultimate session of today's edition of the Pondilit Fest Good Book Talks. Today, we have, the only way I qualify her personally is that she's my guru when it comes to history. But Dr. Meenakshi Jain is, I think, quite undisputably the queen of absolutely impeccable research. She has written a lot of history books that we have all read, where she has worked very hard to show a lot of continuity in lots of ways. She has involved the invaders, she has talked about iconoclasm, and she has made us relook at invasions in very different ways. But this book is completely different. I mean, these are 19 chapters. They are definitely written in a chronological order, but she has compiled 19 ideas that define the Hindus of Hindustan. I don't even know how you started to even conceive of the ideas that have in your mind, been distilled to define us, and where does your research begin? So this is a very, very big scope, and I'm very curious to know how did it all come about.
Thank you, Alo. It's always a delight to have an interaction with you because you read everything with such care. The amount of powerful presentations that I've heard since morning has been an eye-opener because it reinforces the point that what a long distance Hindu civilization has covered in these millennia. And Alo has talked about my present book. It's a work that I studied and worked upon for almost a decade. And there was no systematic plan. I did a lot of reading and made notes on the relevant points because very curious to understand what this civilization is all about. And when it has witnessed so much turbulence and upheaval in its history, how come in a fundamental manner it has not deviated from its founding principles? And so I began to trace, it's a thematic work, it's not chronological, and I began to trace this civilizational journey of a most remarkable people who I'm so honored and thrilled to call my ancestors and whom we all should be proud of. The point is that we don't know enough about them. So this Hindu civilizational journey, I use the term Hindu because by and large, my study stops around the 8th century. I just have a few chapters which discuss the changes that happen in the 8th century. So before the 8th century, the period that I largely cover is a period which predominantly is peopled by people whom we call Hindus. Now, this civilizational journey, as I said, it begins very remarkably from a sukta in the Rig Veda. Now that sukta talks about the area which our founding fathers were aware of. Obviously, when the Indian civilizational journey started, the whole of the subcontinent was not known to our ancestors. So the Nadi Sukta of the Rig Veda, it tells us the area that they were familiar with. They only knew of northwestern India and Punjab. And it is a remarkable case of how the spread of these people and the civilizational idea to eastern India and to the south and to the west can be traced on the basis of certain passages from our sacred scriptures. For example, the movement to eastern India we can trace in the Shatpatha Brahmana. We have the entry of this culture into the south. We have these myths of Agastya and so many others. Now the key principles of this civilization are that wherever the people went, it was not barren land. People were already living there. They may be hunters, they may be fish gatherers, whatever they were. But from the absolute word inception, the civilization, it embraced and accepted everyone. So there is no evidence of any discrimination between the so-called Vedic founders of our civilization and the people they encountered in the subcontinent. Now this journey across the subcontinent was completed by 500 BC. By 500 BC, our ancestors had a very good idea of the physical geography of this entire land. And we have evidence to prove that they knew of the entire physical landscape of the subcontinent when Alexander invades India 2 centuries later, and he thinks that he has reached Egypt and he will go to the Nile and from there cross back and go to the Mediterranean. But when he comes to Punjab, he meets people and he realizes that he's actually lost. So he asks the people of this land to describe this physical landmass. And that description what the people gave him, this much distance in miles from north to east, east to south, that was given by Alexander to the historians who accompanied him, and that is recorded in their accounts which have survived till today. 2000 years later, Alexander Cunningham, who was the first Director General of the Archaeological Survey of India, he studied those reports which Alexander's historians who had accompanied him had written. And he matched it with the actual distance from one place to another. And he said it is absolutely remarkable that more than 2000 years ago, the Indians of this land had such a remarkable knowledge of this land. And it's absolutely accurate. That is the first point that strikes me about this beginning of our civilizational journey. And again, on the basis of sacred texts, the most powerful sentiment that we come across is veneration and adoration of this land. The Nadi Sukta expresses gratitude toward the rivers to which this land owed so much. Then we have Vishwamitra Nadi Sukta, again homage to 2 rivers that the sage wants their help to cross. And the most important is what is called the Prithvi Sukta, which is part of the Athar Ved. The Prithvi Sukta has been described as the first national song of the world. And it's 63 verses long. So imagine a national song written in BC, which is 63 verses long, and it describes the land, and it describes the features of this land, what is happening over here, what are the values of this land, sabhas, samitis, yagyas are performed over here, ashwins perform their feats, and it talks about the principles of cosmic truth, veneration, penance, etc. So, I mean, it is absolutely amazing that before 500 BC, the Indians had a complete knowledge of the geographical locale of their land, and early expressions of total veneration and adoration of this land. And after we cross the Atharva Ved, then we have a lot of Bharat Prashastis that are written. These Bharat Prashastis are hymns in praise of the land. And there are so many of them in the Mahabharata, etc. And Vishnu Puran, it says that, you have to have accumulated merit of hundreds of rebirths to be able to be blessed to be born in this land. And the Bhagavad Puran says that, it is, they're expressing their gratitude to God that, it's a blessing to be born here. Every man cannot be born in this land. And Al-Biruni, who accompanied Mahmud Ghaznavi to India in the 11th century, he writes in the Al-Hind, and these I'm quoting from Al-Hind, he says, the Hindus think there is no country like this, no religion like this, and he goes on and on. So, this absolute veneration of the land was something that was noticeable and hit even foreigners who were coming outside to India and observing this absolute worship and veneration of the land. So these are some very, very early features of our civilization that I found very, very fascinating and interesting. And the thing is that this sentiment persists. There have been talks today about the Islamic Advent and the British Advent. But my study shows that this attitude of veneration, it remained unchanged, but we have to study when and why it changed. So this is the first part of you.
The next concept that I think is most important, and we listen to it all the time, is the concept of dharma and the Dharma Shastras. So one of the things that I'll tell you what I do in class is when you read the Artha Shastra, when you tell that it's a book of directives, how do you know that actually these principles were put in action? And then you read Radha Kumud Mukherjee, something that you recommended to me. You find a Megasthenes who was there in the times of the Chandragupta Maurya, and that's how you get a foreign account, and then that's how you corroborate and the Ashokan edicts. But your analysis of the Dharma Shastras and the way they were written tells a different story. That's a fascinating story.
Yeah. So what I said was that the underlying theme of this civilization was to assimilate everyone, accommodate everyone, exclude no one, and to find space for everyone. So the Dharma, and the point is that there was so much to be accommodated. So an attempt was made to provide theoretical uniformity, so that there is a theoretical unity, and the absolute divergence of opinions doesn't overwhelm the reader. Now this Dharma Shastra that you talked about, we all know of we all have heard of what is Dharma, but we are unsure of what exactly it means. What is Dharma? Is it law? Is it religion? Etc. So in this period, a lot of Dharma Shastras were written, and the Dharma Shastras claimed that we are the final word on law, and we are deriving authority from the Vedas because we are sanctifying and recommending what is the law to be followed according to the Vedas. So they are giving themselves the air of legitimacy that whatever we are recommending is sanctioned by the Vedas. This is the claim of the Dharma Shastras in theory. But when we scratch the surface, we find a lot of counter texts which say that Dharma, every community, every caste has the right to follow its own Dharma. And Artha Shastra you mentioned, Artha Shastra says that when the king conquers another territory, he should ensure that he allows the people of those territories to follow their own customs. He should not impose his customs. So, this reinforces the point that Dharma Shastras was actually a record of the customs and practices of every group, every community, however small in India. And there is a Dharma Shastra of Gautama. It says that
the dharma of the Shudras is dharma for them. And Narad says that when a king conquers a territory, he should make sure that the laws of that territory are enforced and he does not impose his own laws on them. So the Dharma Shastra literature actually confirms what we think should have been the natural practice of India, keeping in mind our tradition that we see in the Vedas. And
so she has chronicled inscription after inscription and proof after proof where the law actually reflects the practice. And it's not that the practice has to be in accordance with law. So it is really very much an assimilation.
Yes, it's assimilation, and no attempt is ever made to impose laws from above by the state or by anybody. Every law, every community, however small, whatever its status in society, whatever this hierarchy, it is allowed complete freedom to follow its own laws. It is mandatory for the king to make sure that no imposition is done, and every group follows. There are references to Jati Dharm, Kul Dharm, Desh Dharm, Nagar Dharm. The community of merchants, they have their own dharma because they have their rules of trade, etc. So every community dharma is mentioned even in the Arthashastra.
And interestingly, the tabulation of these Dharma Shastras was done only when Buddhism under Ashoka started to define dharma, and that is when we realized the necessity.
Yes.
To sort of define and put into stone ours. Yeah. I mean, at least scribe.
Yes. Actually, because there was not felt much need to write texts on dharma, because it was understood that everybody will be allowed to follow their own religion customs. But with the rise of Buddhism, when the concept of dharma became so important and center stage, that is when the rest of the society felt that we should also have commentaries on dharma.
I want to go back a little bit to the consciousness of the geographical extent of the land, because we live in South India, and it's very important for people who live here as well as people in the north to have this consciousness as to how and when and how early the entirety, like you mentioned 500 bit, but can you just show us the progression of how it happened?
Actually, Panini, who lived in the 6th century, he knows of India only up till Pathan. Then Patanjali, he knows of kingdoms further down, and he talks about kingdoms of Kerala. And in the Ashokan inscriptions, they talk about the whole of, but they say that Chola kingdom, Kerala kingdom were not part of Ashoka's empire. So there is evidence from very early on. And Megasthenes also makes some very interesting points. He talks about Kerala, and he says that the kingdom of Kerala, actually it is unique because it is a queendom. It has never been ruled by a man. The woman has always been the ruler. And he actually mentions the migration of certain communities from North India to the Pandya kingdom, for example. And when we look at the subsequent inscriptions, many kingdoms which were ruling in the south, they say that we came from the north. For example, the Chalukya kingdom, they say that 59 of our kings ruled in Ayodhya, and after that we migrated. So the point that I am making is that the people in the entire length and breadth of this country, they always try to associate themselves and link themselves with what we call the All India tradition. They never said that we are separate, we have nothing to do with this tradition. All the kings said we are descendants of certain particular hero from the Mahabharata or from the Ramayana. The inscriptions of so many kings, they say that I am ruling like Ram used to rule, And so this constant invocation of all India symbols, all India cultural heroes, this is there right from the beginning. There is this Ikshvaku dynasty that was ruling in Andhra, and they say that we are belonging to the same clan as Lord Ram. So I'm not getting into whether it's true or not, but no king says that I'm outside this cultural stream. They all want to link themselves with this cultural stream which is derived from incidents of the Mahabharata, Ramayana, our cultural heroes, and that is something that is really remarkable.
The next question that, in fact, it was a surprise for me because when you think of temples, you often think of by patronage by the kings, by the rulers.
Yes.
But your book gives an astoundingly different picture of who patronized and the kinds of contributors that we had for temples.
Yeah, but before I come to the kings, what is absolutely remarkable is the involvement of women as patrons. For example, in Mathura, there was this tradition of what is called ayag pattas, where tablets were made, which were put flat tablets like a mobile, and there would be a swastik or something on one side, and it would be placed and would be used for worship. And excavations at Mathura found almost 99% of the ayag pattas had been donated by women. And that is absolutely, when we talk about feminism and all that, we have to keep this in mind that the donors in North India were largely women. Second point is that the temples, for example, at Sanchi, the original stupa at Sanchi was of bamboo and mud, which was built by Ashok. And about 100 years later, when new construction methods came and they thought they'll make a bigger stupa with stone, etc. So a big stupa was made, the remnants of which we see now. Now this stupa was completed by, it was started about 200 BC and completed by 100 AD. Now what is fascinating about this stupa, that 610 inscriptions relating to that stupa have been found and have been documented and published. So of these 610 inscriptions which are documented and published, there are only 3 inscriptions which mention a royalty, and that also in a very, very vague manner. The rest of the inscriptions record the donations of ordinary people. So the point that we have to keep in mind that when we talk about this civilization, how has it survived so long? It is because every person contributed to this, related to this. I mean, out of 610 inscriptions, 607 are by people who are they? Who are these ordinary people? There are some workers who actually help in the construction of the stupa. For example, there were ivory workers from Vidisha who were invited to carve a gateway, a part of a gateway. So the inscription on Sanchi stupa is still standing that we are the ivory workers who had come from Vidisha and have carved this gateway, and we are gifting this gateway that we have carved to this stupa. So metal workers, laborers, of course monks, nuns, household workers. I mean, the list is absolutely amazing, and they're coming from all parts of India. And Buddhist caves at Nasik, Karle, Junar in the western Ghats, they also are contributors, are ordinary people. And it is very interesting that there is one inscription. He says, I'm an Eka driver. Eka driver means like a rickshaw person. So he says, I carry people to and fro, and I have contributed this. It is, and the first murti that has been found of Saraswati from Mathura is by a metal worker. He was a metal worker, and he is saying that I am gifting this murti to of Saraswati. None of the important early Buddhist statues, Buddha statues at Mathura were gifted by royalty. They were all the absolutely magnificent, huge Buddha figures. The contributions were of ordinary nuns, monks, ordinary laymen, and people who have given their contribution have been proud to contribute to the cause and have recorded their things. And when we talk about these records, we must keep in mind that India, especially North India, was invaded time and time again. So there is no inscription that has survived intact. Most inscriptions have been lost. So many of them have been damaged. But whatever has survived explains why this civilization has survived, because it was the contribution of ordinary people, it was protected by ordinary people, and they ensured that the civilization survives in some manner even when it was threatened, you know.
So continuity and the epics.
Yeah.
You know, the epics have continuity and have contributed to the geography of the land, to the sacredness of the land, to the versions of the epics that exist everywhere. So can you just tell us that what are the themes in your book that the epics actually cover? Just the epics here.
But just before that, I want to say that the importance of Tirth,
yes,
as an all India institution. You know, no religious leader promoted parochialism. Shankara did not say that I am from Kerala, so you only do your Tirths in Kerala. So the vision of everybody was from Himalayas to Kanyakumari. And in fact, I wanted to say this earlier. You know, Kautilya, he was the first person to articulate the idea of political unity. In the Arthashastra, he says that from the Himalayas to the seas, there should be one ruler. It did not mean that there was political unity, but that ideal that it should, that is the field of the Chakravarti Raja. So this concept of Chakravarti Raja, even if a king was ruling in 10 villages, he said, I am Chakravarti. Because this, you know, this awareness of an all India concept, it had percolated to every level. There was no concept, actually there was no concept which did not percolate to the lowest level of society. You talked about the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. You know, the Ramayana, Camille Bulke, he calculated how many versions of the Ramayana there were. And he found that he was aware of 300 versions of the Ramayana. There was no region of India which did not have its own version of the Ramayana. So it had become an all India text. As far as the Mahabharata is concerned, the spread of the Mahabharata is an absolutely fascinating story. And this is a work that has been done by a scholar, and I think his work should be known. You know, when Suktankar was preparing the critical edition of the Mahabharata, he and his team invited versions of the Mahabharata from various parts of the country. So they got God knows how many 100 versions, and the rule is that whichever version is the shortest is closest to the original version. So in the North India, they got the Sharda version. In the South, from the Tamil region, they got a very elaborate version of the Mahabharata, which was much longer than the original version. So obviously it had so many editions, it could not be. But they were surprised that the shortest version of the Mahabharata from South India came from Kerala. Now Kerala was furthest away from North India. In that corner of Kerala, how did the shortest version of the Mahabharata reach there? And then the scholar did a backtracking, and he found that in 500 BC, 500 Brahmins migrated from Mathura to the Tamil region. And 500 they migrated because they calculated that we can marry among ourselves, we don't have to marry, you know, all that Gotra and all that. And they took with them the version of the Mahabharata that was available in the Mathura region around 500 BC. And that version from Mathura remained in the Tamil region till the 7th century AD. In the 7th century AD, there was this episode which is called the Kalbhra interregnum. So they migrated from Tamil region and they went to Kerala. And these are people that we know as the Nambudri Brahmins. So the Nambudri Brahmins, they kept that version of the Mahabharata which they had taken from Mathura 500 BC, and it was a frozen text that remained in Kerala. So, and from there Suktankar and his team got it, and they based the South Indian version on this text. So I'm saying that every story that you try to understand of the ancient period, it's a remarkable story of how this whole vast land with primitive means of communication was kept intact, united by the same values, united by veneration of the land, and nobody was kept out of it. In fact, we talk so much about the caste system. Gautam says that a rishi, an Arya, and a Malech are to be respected if they have special knowledge of particular thing, because knowledge is what we cherish. And this Al-Biruni, he writes that the Greeks are Malechas, but they have learning, and that is why they are venerated in India. So Indian veneration for learning, and there is this concept which I think you alluded to, but I will elaborate, that this concept, I've told you about dharma, but there was another important concept, the concept of Aryavart. Now what was this concept of Aryavart? The concept of Aryavart was a place where correct speech and correct conduct prevailed. That means Shishtachar, those people spoke correct language and they had proper conduct. And the people who were the custodians of learning, that is the Brahmins, they only had enough grain to store in a small jar, and they cultivated learning for its own sake and not for any value. So this was the concept of Aryavart. It was first confined to a small region. As the Vedic founders became aware of larger parts of India, Aryavart became Brahmrishi De, Madhya Desh, and up till the Narmada it became all pure land. Then subsequently Medhatiti, he writes that land itself is not impure. Land itself cannot be impure. So how do we cultivate the rest of the land? If you follow the practices of society, the social order in the north, then the south or whichever part of India can also be Aryavart, because land itself is not impure. So this broadness of mind, this not being rigid about anything, about accepting the practices of everyone they encounter, of venerating knowledge from whoever it may be. And if I can move on.
Please do.
We have this thing that, we became a closed society with the coming of Arabs and Turks in the 8th century. Actually, it may surprise you that in the ancient period, that is before the 8th century, large parts of northwestern India were ruled for a long time by a series of foreign rulers. Greeks, Shakas, Kushans, Huns, they all ruled over large parts of northwestern India. And there are some things that we should know about this. None of these rulers, they were rulers, none of them tried to impose any value system on the people that they conquered. In fact, we have inscriptions and other evidence, coins. So they all immerse themselves in the sacred tradition of this land. Some become followers of Shiva, some become followers of Vishnu, etc., etc. And what is the evidence? I'm not just giving, loose talk. This is not loose talk. We have for the Kushans, we have their coins that have survived. In the case of the Kushans, there is a beautiful sculpture in Mathura Museum where two young men are dressed in Kushan attire and are bowing before a shivling. There is Menander, he was a Bactrian Greek. His conversion to Buddhism is immortalized in a play, Milind Panu. Milind Panu means that the dialogues of King Milind. And what were these dialogues? He went around large parts of North India interacting with religious leaders. And then he met Nagsen, who was a Buddhist monk, and he has a long dialogue with him, and he accepts that, you know, this person has more knowledge, and he embraces Buddhism. We have all heard of Huns. They were barbarians. They destroyed and burnt wherever they went. In Gwalior Fort, Alexander Cunningham found an inscription which says that Meherkula, the Hun, bowed before Pashupati Shiva. So, you know, there is no evidence of any of these people disturbing the religious harmony of this land. The Shakas, we have the queen, Shaka queen, the Mathura pillar statue has been found. It's in British Museum now. At the back of the statue is an inscription which records her donation to the Sangh. Rudra Daman Shaka in Western India, his inscription is the first inscription in Sanskrit. He's a foreigner, and he writes in that inscription that I compose kavyas in Sanskrit. I honor Brahmins. I, do so much charity. So all this evidence is something that we have to contrast with what happens to us later. And Patanjali, when he talks about these people, he says that these people are Shudras, but they don't have to be expelled from the dish. Expelled from the dish means that if they use utensils, you don't have to throw away the utensils. Those utensils can be washed and cleaned. And there is a very interesting dialogue of a king when he's imagining a dialogue with Indra, and he says that these Malechas, how are we to integrate them? What are the societal norms? Indra says they don't have to do any prayashchit, there is no ceremony. If they start accepting and living like their neighbors, then they are pure for us. So this kind of, there was no barrier between, I don't know when these concepts of barriers became part of our syllabus and curriculum and thinking, because in the ancient period there doesn't seem to be. Because the lawmakers, Manu, he says there are only 4 castes. There is no 5th caste. And the 4 castes, the 5th caste are those who are people who are the offspring of mixed varnas. So he never says that they are, outcasts in that sense. He says a Brahmin has a relationship with a Vaishya, then the son is a, 5th varna. But otherwise the varnas are 4 and the rest are derived from them. So look at the capacious attitude of, and Manu whom we revile and we think that he is a very hardbound person who laid down strict rules. He is saying there is no 5th caste, all are descendants of mixed marriages on these 4 castes. And he says that it is very easy for a person who is of a low caste to enhance his status by just following the practices. What are the practices? Observe your sacred duties and show respect to Brahmins. So this kind of social order is so different from what we are taught in our schools and colleges, that was a rigid caste-bound society, close to everyone. And but when we look at the text, it is a totally different picture that we get, and so much of this flexible attitude, it was a real surprise to me also when I began this study. And I just want to say that why did this attitude change? I have made the point that before the coming of the Arabs and Turks, though large parts of northwestern India and even Gujarat and Maharashtra were ruled by foreign dynasties whose ancestry we can trace, and I have traced in my book, there is no attempt of them imposing their own values or belief systems on the native population. In fact, they embraced what they found in that locality. So we don't have any memory of Kushans being raiders or Shakas being raiders or etc. Now this situation changes in the 8th century, and why it changes? is because of the total assault on our belief systems with the arrival of the Arabs and Turks. And this is something that Al-Baruni, who came with Mahmud Ghaznavi, who wrote a fantastic study of Hindu society called the Al-Hind. He stayed in India for a long time and studied India in depth, and he's written a most fantastic book on India at his time. And he says that the Hindus, they used to respect learning. They didn't look at whether you were a foreigner or not, they respected your learning. And he says, but why did this attitude change? When and why did this attitude change? And he says, then the Arabs came. And he gives a vivid description of Muhammad bin Qasim's attack on Multan. And he says that, Muhammad bin Qasim was told that the wealth of Multan is coming from the Sun Temple, which gets, offerings from all over India. And he says that Muhammad bin Qasim was told that this is a very sacred place for the community, and he hung a cow's flesh around the neck of that deity, Sun Temple. And he says that, this is something that continued after that. And he says by the time he comes to Mahmud Ghaznavi, who was his patron, he says, the systematic destruction of all their holy sites, Somnath, Mathura, he names them all. And he writes a very, very moving account. He says that the Hindus became like atoms of dust scattered in all directions. So they, took retreat and they hid in far off places like Kashmir, where our arms cannot reach. And he says from that day, they have the most hostile attitude towards us, and the mothers frighten their crying children at night by saying, the Turks are coming. So that kind of, and I just take 2 minutes.
No, please go, it's your show.
No, and what I want to say when I contrast this with 2 examples that I want to give. There was a group of sun worshippers in Iran. They were called Magas. They used to worship sun. And so it is said that Krishna's son suffered from leprosy. So he invited 20 families of Maga Brahmins to come and settle in Multan and to practice sun worship, and his son also got cured. Those Magas who came from Iran, because they were priests in Iran, Indian society gave them the designation of Brahmins, and they were called Maga Brahmins, and the Maga Brahmins soon spread over large parts of India. They were venerated by every king, they were given donations, whatever. But I am saying they completely amalgamated, and Varam Mihira was also a Maga Brahmin. The other group that we have, and this Maga Brahmin documentation is fully there, when they came, how they came, where they went, those inscriptions and all I have quoted. And then there is another group, the Kamboj. They are supposed to have participated in the Mahabharat war, and they were specialists in making kambals, blankets. And they say that in Yudhishthir's coronation ceremony, they gifted kambals. This is all recorded in the Mahabharata. And those people, they are also the kind of veneration that they are given. The point that has to be noted is that there was Hindu society did not shut its doors to anyone. It accorded respect, admiration to anyone who came and gave a status according to their profession and their calling in their home, and that is what they did over here. We are talking about the decolonization of the Hindu mind. It is very, very sad that in the last 50 or 100 years, we are learning the history that the British taught us. The British taught us that there was no India before we came. But Kautilya, well before the British came, was saying that from North India to South India, there should be one ruler. And I mean, the hatred that we have towards ourselves, towards our priestly community, to our educated, the learners of our community, we have contempt for everybody, and that shows how much decolonization has to be done by all of us, because we are wittingly or unwittingly going on parroting what the British have taught us. We have become aware to some extent, but there's a very, very long distance that we have to travel.
So, why am I even here? Please go ahead.
No.
The thing is that she has two sections to her book. So, the first part is before the Islamic invaders, and she has a part B when you have the, as she said, Muhammad bin Qasim's advent. Now, what is to be noted, I'll just come to the end. This is the last point, and then we'll throw. Is that, you know, we are told a narrative, you know, that there was coexistence, that somehow we are Hindus, there are Muslims, and we lived a coexistence, and now we are having this strife. We are putting in fissures into society. But then it's very, very clear.
Yeah, I'll answer
that,
that
yes,
because time is running out.
Yeah, you have to answer 2 points. One is that the local narrative is that people who converted could not give up their old practice. But you have to talk about the patronage of foreign nobility and what that
no, but
was.
Depends on how much time is there.
You have around 12 minutes.
Okay, so I'll answer the Rajput question first, because
I think that is the new part.
You see, the point is that we have been told that there was Hindu-Muslim unity, and till the British came, the Hindu-Muslim unity was fine. And the best example that has been given to us is the Mughal marriage alliances with Rajputs. Now, this is a subject that really needs to be investigated for some very simple reasons. The Mughals, in their court histories, never said that we have married Rajput women. Jahangir never said that I am the son of I'm a half Rajput by birth. They all said that we are pure Timurids. So when we talk, I don't know how we get these slogans and we go on burdening ourselves with such rubbish. So no Persian court history mentions Mughal Badshah's marriages with Rajput, and the Rajputs they were marrying were also Rajput royal families, isn't it? So it was not that they were marrying beneath their status. So, but no Persian history mentions Mughal relations or marriages with Rajputs. That is only half the story. The Rajputs were very petrified at what they were doing, and they felt that we need to explain to our future generations what we have done. So the Rajput rulers in their courts, they get rival histories written. Can you imagine? Akbar is getting the Akbarnama written in his court, and his friend and relative, brother-in-law, Man Singh, is getting another history written at the court of Amber that is called Man Charit. That is the history of the Man Singh's family. And in that, the writer, the historian, writes that, Man Singh's grandfather, he comes from such a noble family of warriors, etc., and the battles he won, etc., etc. But Man Singh's historian does not write that Man Singh's grandfather gave his daughter in marriage to Akbar. I mean, this is absolutely remarkable that we are supposed to be, learning about Muslim or Mughal Rajput relations as the bedrock of, that period, that the Mughals were so accommodating and the Rajputs were equal partners. But what kind of a patronage is this, that the Persian histories don't mention the Rajput marriages, and the Rajput princes, Rajput history don't mention that we gave our daughters in marriage to the Mughals. So you can imagine what a troubled relationship it was. And in fact, the Mughal Emperor Farrukh Siyar, when he died, then as soon as he died, this Rajput Rana of Mewar, I think it was, he marched into the Mughal court and brought out his widowed daughter and took her back home. So you can imagine what a burden it must have been to have given his daughter in marriage. Then Mewar, Marwar and Jaipur, 3 royal Rajput houses, they signed an agreement amongst themselves that in future we will never give a daughter in marriage to the Mughals. So, you know, this is, I mean, we have to learn to come to terms with so many. It's not something that is pleasant, but we should acknowledge it. Why should we go on saying, yes, Akbar did a great thing by, you know, marrying? Did Jahangir say that I am the son of a Rajput woman? And the last point, that because we have 5 minutes, so the last point that Alo asked me to make was about the limited participation given to non-Muslims in the entire medieval period, beginning from the Sultanate period till the end of the Mughal Empire. So the facts are there, the statistics are there, I have mentioned them in my book, but just to cut a long story short, in Akbar's time, 70% of his officials, mansabdars, were Muslims, 30% were non-Muslims, 30% was divided between 15% Rajputs and 15% Indian Muslims. Now Akbar, being a very wise person, chose these 2 allies because nobody will follow the leadership of the Rajputs and replace the Mughals by a Rajput on the Mughal throne. And Indian Muslims, no foreign Muslim is going to accept their leadership. So 70% of Akbar's ruling class consisted of Turanis who had come from Central Asia and Iranis who had come from Persia. So the limited participation of non-foreign nobility in the Mughal setup is something that is really not attended to. And I just want to close this argument by saying that after the death of Aurangzeb, the governors had to be appointed to 3 important Mughal provinces of Bengal, Awadh, that is UP, and Hyderabad. In UP, the person who was appointed governor of that state was someone who had come from Iran in 1706 and was appointed governor of that important place in 1722. So what are we talking about? 1706, somebody comes from Iran. He doesn't know anything about this land. It's just that he's from the ruling fraternity and he's given the important place of Mughal governor of UP, and that's the family that continues to rule UP till 1857. In Hyderabad, the person who is appointed governor of Hyderabad comes at the time of Shah Jahan and he says that I am a descendant of Abu Bakr, the second caliph. And his descendants continue, and that last Nizam died I think a few months ago, isn't it? And the same thing. So the thing is that, you know, it's a battle of ideas. What we are engaged in as a society is a battle of ideas, because we are not going to physically, you know, attack each other. At least people in this room will not do that. The thing is that if you are engaged in a battle of ideas, you have to have the facts which can counter and put the other person in the defensive. Because we are not aware of the facts or ill-informed, the other person goes on getting an advantage, you know. And can I just give one last example in my thing? Now, last example I want to give of how separate they were from us always, and that is the question of language. You know, Akbar was the person who made Persian the language of administration at all levels. Even the village patwari had to learn Persian. Why did he not make any language of the subcontinent? It's because Persian was, you know, you can draw your own conclusion. And so, how do people learn Persian at such a short time? So he imported a large number of people from Iran to come to India and to teach Persian. And he revised the madrasa curriculum so that Khatris and Kayaks, you know, those who are working in the government can learn Persian quickly. And you know, like we speak English with the Hindi, our accent, and we have so many words that we have incorporated into English. Akbar, like, you know, like fatafat, jaldi, hartal, all these words have become part of English. Akbar was very clear that no non-Persian word should make its way into Persian, and Persian pronunciation should not be compromised. So he got dictionaries prepared so that if you are not certain about a Persian word, you look up the dictionary and find that Persian word. Persian is not supposed to be indigenized at all. And finally, when the hold of the Mughal Empire became weak and they had to substitute Persian for another language, the natural choice should have been Hindavi, which was the naturally evolving language of the subcontinent. And Hindavi drew words from all over the country. But for the Persian religious and intellectual elite, the problem with Hindavi was that it had a large number of Sanskrit, Tatsam and Tatbhav words. So what did they do? They started a process of throwing out Sanskrit words from Hindavi and substituting them with Arabic and Persian words. I'll just give one example. मुझे ये कार्य प्रातः करना है, ठीक है? मुझे ये काम सुबह करना है. So, I mean, a Muslim language was created out of a non-Muslim language, and the Arabic and Persian words were so filled that it became a very difficult language to understand. So, to conclude, I want to say that India was a very open, liberal, elastic, broad-based society known for its veneration of the land and incorporating everyone. The people who contributed to the civilizational heritage, whether it was temples, whatever it was all strata of society, including women. So when we talk about, you know, a matriarchal system, patriarchal, we have to keep this in mind. And foreigners were also recorded their inscriptions at Sanchi, etc., that we have donated this. So it was welcoming everybody. That was the system that it was. Things changed. We had Northwest ruled by foreign dynasties who were also accepting and embracing. Things changed with the Arabic and Turkish arrival. I have discussed briefly how the whole tenor of this land, it was just totally disrupted, and it was recorded by Persian writers themselves. It is a miracle that we have survived so long, and the only explanation I can give is because this society, this civilization was made by the contributions of ordinary people. It was not a state-sponsored civilization. It was not a top-heavy thing. It was the people who contributed, and that is why it withstood the test of time until Marxist historians came into the field, and they have completely, and they have succeeded, and they have succeeded in really brainwashing us. Okay? Thank you. Thank you.
I don't think we have time for questions.
No, I don't think so. No. I don't know, whatever.
Vikram, I will not ask you how you made the short list of the heroes in your book, because you have the right to make the short list, and I will not question it. But I will still ask you as to why you wrote the book.
Thank you, Alo. A very good evening to everyone. I almost have the onerous task of being both the opening batsman and the closing batsman of this wonderful T20 match that Alo and her team has put together. And the second onerous task is to continue after someone like Meenakshi ji. That makes it all the more difficult. For me personally, I forgot to mention in the morning, the long connection with Pondicherry, Puducherry, dates back to my school times, because I studied in the Sri Aurobindo Memorial School in Bangalore, run by members of the ashram, Srimati Hero Vashishta and her sister Aditi Vashishta and so on, who ran the school there. So every in growing up years, visit to the ashram here, to Matra Mandir, to all the places here was very much part of our growing up years. And today, like my good friend Anand mentioned, there were 25 cities all over India, and this happens to be the culmination. So it's all the more special that it's happening in a place which has been so close to my heart. And it gives me an opportunity to also, and after this I'm not going to talk about Brave Hearts of Bharat anymore. Hopefully people have read and heard all that I have to say about this. It's a great feeling to actually dedicate this book and the idea behind this book to the great Maharshi, whose grace is right behind all of us here. And so I thought it's best to open with, in fact even the book starts with a prologue, which is that stanza of our national song, the Vande Mataram, which is not invoked usually, and that too has a Pondicherry connection, because this stanza that I have included in the book is a translation by Sri Aurobindo of the original by Bankim Chandra. And this, of course, I'm sure all of you know these verses. Koti koti kantha kala kala ninada karale, कोटि कोटि भुजय धृत खर कर वाले अबला कैनोमा एतो बोले बहुबल धारणीम नमामि तारिणीम रिपुदल वारिणीम मातरम वंदे मातरम. And we actually sang this in the Sri Aurobindo Memorial School too, in the very distinct ashram tune that Mohan Bhai and others here had tuned this and made us sing. And Sri Aurobindo himself translates these verses thus, and I quote, "Who hath said that thou art weak in thy lands, when the sword flesh out in the 70 million hands, and 70 million voices roar thy dreadful name from shore to shore? With many strengths who art mighty and stored, to thee I call, O Mother and Lord. Thou who savest, arise and save. To her I cry, whoever her foe man drove back from plain and sea, and shook herself free." So this Kshatra spirit, so to say, Meenakshi ji mentioned that it was a miracle that we survived. I think one of the factors why we survived was also the fact that we put up a lot of resistance. It was civilizational resistance, but it was also physical resistance and prowess, and military conquest where we won to, which, as she mentioned, the particular species of historians have almost made us feel that we have been a land of losers. Right from our earliest inhabitants, the myth of the Aryan invasion, down to the English East India Company, we have been a nation and a civilization which has only been covering, in front of invaders, and we really did not put up that fight at all, which is again an ahistorical myth, because if we are around as the only pre-Bronze Age civilization today, alive and kicking, there must have been some resistance that we put to, some wars that we won also, some heroes and heroines and warriors and people, common people who in addition to contributing to the civilization, as she rightly mentioned, also put up a physical defense against whoever invaded us. But those stories and those aspects of our past, in this larger narrative of pacifism, particularly in the 20th century, in the history of our freedom movement itself, that as Nandini ji also mentioned in the morning, that we need to show that we won even something like our political freedom through a very peaceful non-violent method, that there was no Kshatra element there, there was no violence, there was no bloodshed and armed struggle, that somehow is sought to give us some kind of brownie points in some mythical world, which it doesn't. But then we have been made to believe that, and in the process, I think the emasculation of our society, of our as I said, that whole spirit, warrior spirit. We've never been the first land of offense, but then protecting oneself, as Arvindanji also mentioned, the force that resists and ring fences itself against all kinds of predatory forces. Those forces, those names have somehow been completely missed from our historical consciousness, our memories, and so on. So this book, Brave Hearts of Bharat, documents 15 such warriors, and for me, importantly, it was also important that the history of India should not just be his story, where her story also needs to find a place. And in fact, I was very keen to include Rani Durgavati in the list, and I was actually scampering for documents and data, and I was so astonished by the amount of research that she had put together and to bring the story of Durgavati. So out of the 15 people, 7 happen to be women and 8 are men. And the other biggest problem which I always think, and the way the narrative of Bharat itself is, that this highly Delhi-centric narrative of everything in this country, whether it is the media, whether it is history, anything. At this rate, I might not even be allowed to enter Delhi with the amount of bad mouthing I do for Delhi all over the 25 cities I go all around. It's a beautiful place and I like it, but then it's just that it gets incommensurate importance by virtue of being the political capital and the capital of importance. Large parts of India can be under floods. Our southern part of India and all its problems seldom feature in the national mainstream media also. Whereas some MCD elections in Delhi, that becomes national news. Some two fellows fighting with each other in that wonderful university that Anand teaches in, that becomes the story of India, and that all the idea of India is under threat and all that. Whereas there are 800 other universities where people are peacefully studying. But then that is the problem. So similarly in history as well, we've all been forced to learn by rote, all the succession lines of Lodhis and Khiljis and Tughlaqs and all these characters whose, I think, our contribution to the civilization, barring few structures here and there, would be next to zilch. They were all largely marauders and barbarians, but we would be forced to learn about them. But then southern India, the Cholas, who ruled for close to 1000 years, other than Rajaraja Chola and Rajendra Chola, if you ask the rest of India, and that too maybe only after Ponniyin Selvan, that people know that outside the periphery of South India know that there was a dynasty like this, beyond whatever little is taught to us. If we ask them to name a couple of Chola kings, it will be very difficult for a young person to do that. Similarly, the northeast of India, it's a complete black hole. The Ahoms of the northeast ruled for 600 years. But even among the audience, can we name two Ahom kings who come readily to mind? Anybody? No, so I prove my point there. So for 600 years they ruled, but then we don't know about them. But then an Ibrahim Lodi, Chakradhwaj Singha and Jayadhwaj Singha. So, and they were the, but then we'll know all these Ibrahim Lodi, we'll know Alauddin Khilji, Muhammad bin Tughlaq, all these names, Muhammad bin Qasim, Meenakshi spoke about. We all would have heard about the invasion of Sindh and when it happened. But the resistance that was given to them by Raja Dahar of Sindh and his predecessor Chacha, who established the dynasty, all of it beautifully documented in the Chachnama. Those things will never be told to us, that right from 636 CE or so on, there were invasions on Sindh. It took them 70 years to occupy, finally in 710 when Qasim came. So many years, all the repulsions that were done of the invasions, that story is not told to us. The long litany, a laundry list of wars that we as India and Indians only lost. Battles of Panipat, Battle of Buxar, Plassey, Anglo-Mysore, Anglo-Maratha, Anglo-Sikh, all of them are just wars that we lost. So while, I'm not making a case that we need to be jingoistic and beat our chests and say all the kind of things that a lot of loony elements also do, I think this sense of genuine pride that we kept ourselves alive through physical prowess also, in addition to the civilizational strength that this nation has, I think that was very important to encapsulate. And you can do that only through, in my case, I love to see, biography as a window to the history of the times. How through the lives of these 15 people, it's not just their stories, but through their lives, it opens a window to that era in which they lived, what were the other contemporary forces at that time, how did they interact, and in that milieu, how did these people make their mark. So the 15 other people, I'll just list their names at least so that rings a bell for most of us. Lalitaditya Muktapida of the Karkota dynasty of Kashmir. The book starts with his story, someone who was called the second Alexander and the second Samudragupta, who ensured, along with several other alliances that were done, Bappa Rawal, Nagabhatta, Pulakeshin, and so on, to keep the Arabs at bay. It took the Arabs and the Turks about 500 years to establish the first Islamic Sultanate in India with the Delhi Sultanate after the Arab invasion of Sindh. So for 500 years, there was a pushback, there was constant resistance which didn't allow these characters, even Muhammad Ghazni and others didn't get a free pass. We'll talk more about that later. Yeah. So Lalitaditya's story talks about this, and in the process brings Dahar and Chacha and also Yashovarman of Kannauj, who was his foe, but then they joined hands against the Arabs. Then we come down south to this part of the country where Rajaraja Chola and Rajendra Chola, who took the sphere of influence, one is of Gangaikonda Cholapuram, to go all the way up to the banks of the Ganga and then bring the water from there, and also outside the subcontinent as we know it today, to Sri Lanka, to Maldives, to Srivijaya in the Malay Peninsula. The third person whom I cover is Naiki Devi of Gujarat, a Chalukyan ruler who in 1178 in the Battle of Kasarhada actually defeats Muhammad Ghori, and Muhammad Ghori is so humiliated that he is defeated by a woman that he never turns towards Gujarat again. Several decades later, it's up to Aibak, his slave, to actually defeat and capture Gujarat, and then by then the Chalukya dynasty has broken off into the Vaghela branch. Then you have Rudramma Devi of Warangal, who again we can talk more about the women in detail, who was fighting constantly, even died in battle at the age of 80, against incursions both within and without of her kingdom. Rana Kumbha of Mewar, who was an unvanquished ruler. He never lost any war all his life, and he built what is probably the second longest wall in the world after the Great Wall of China, the Kumbhalgarh Fort, which I don't know, we would probably not even visit, not even commemorate this man. Then again Rani Abbakka Chautha of Ullal in Karnataka, who defeated the Portuguese, Portuguese, and we'll talk again more about that when you get into the stories of some of these women. Chand Bibi of Ahmednagar, again this, the risk of making it a binary of Hindu versus Muslim and so on is very rife. So Chand Bibi, the Deccan Sultanates and the kind of resistance they put against the Mughals, and it needed Akbar to come all the way himself after his son could not vanquish Chand Bibi, and finally Chand Bibi had to be killed by deceit by a eunuch in her court by Akbar's army spreading some rumors against her. Then we have Kanhoji Angre, the Maratha Sarkhel, or the naval commander, who constantly kept the Konkan fort, the western coast, protected against the Portuguese, the English East India Company, and also the Siddhis who were ruling there. Then I forget, we have Banda Singh Bahadur, who established India's, the first Sikh state. Again a very, very fascinating story of this man who was a Hindu, who became a mystic and then comes under the spell of Guru Gobind Singh and becomes his Banda. or disciple, and then takes revenge for all the atrocities that Aurangzeb commits, particularly against the Sahibzadas. We recently celebrated or commemorated the Veer Balak Divas, so for the two Sahibzadas, Fateh Singh and Zorawar Singh.
Yes.
Their killers were avenged by Banda Singh Bahadur, Wazir Khan of Sirhind, and Marthanda Varma in Kerala, someone who defeats the Dutch East India Company in the Battle of Kolachal. By then, the Dutch East India Company has spread into one of the most widespread global powers, being the first ever company to be listed on a global stock exchange. Their sphere of influence extending from South Africa, moving all the way through Asia, southern India, Bengal, and also to Japan and Maldives. So today, he defeated them in the Battle of Kolachal in 1741, and if he had not done that, maybe we would all be talking today in Dutch. Because their idea of colonizing India was very much, paramount on their minds. But this defeat ensured that the Dutch collapsed. Even as a global, their stocks fell in the global market. Their pepper trade and spice trade suffered immensely from the Malabar coast. And after that, you don't hear much about the Dutch in Indian history. In any other country, you would have Marthanda Varma statues, I think, in every street corner, and people would have celebrated him. But other than maybe Kerala and maybe border districts here and there, Kanyakumari and so on, people don't know much about this man. Similarly, the Northeast, Lachit Barphukan of Assam, Army General of the Ahom rulers, Chakradhwaj and Jayadhwaj Singha, who defeats the largest imperial army of Aurangzeb sent under Raja Ram Singh of Jaipur in what is known as the Battle of Sarai Ghat. So we already have three battles that I've spoken about: Battle of Kasarhada, Battle of Kolachal, Battle of Sarai Ghat, where there have also been documented victories among several others that are there in the book. A few others are there, like Rajashri Bhagya Chandra Jai Singh of Manipur, again very little.
Ahilyabai
Holkar of Indore, and Velu Nachiyar from Shivganga, and the book ends with Begum Hazrat Mahal of Awadh, who was the face of resistance in Lucknow, and Lucknow was the last bastion when most of the other regions had fallen to the British might in the Great Revolt. It was Lucknow which was the last bastion which survived. And there also it was important to bring people like this, because during her time there was a Maulvi Ahmadullah Shah who was looking at the entire thing as a jihad, as a specifically an Islamic conquest against all infidels, whether it was the Hindu or the British. Whereas this lady was someone who was trying to put all of them into the fold, including most of her army were actually Hindus. The women corps that she created was largely led by Dalits, including this lady called Uda Devi Pasi, who was a part of the army, who was killed by the British. So these 15 stories, very, very disparate, but I think linked with that common thread of a civilizational resistance, a civilizational upsurge, probably one of the many reasons why we are still around today as a civilization. So very long answer to your short question.
That's how it's going to be for the rest of the hour. So if you followed the sequence, you would have understood that while it makes sense to, because they are all vertical biographies, you can read them, but reading them from first to last makes chronological sense. So I would recommend everybody to go starting from Lalitaditya and ending with the last one, because it really gives you such a vast, wonderful canvas of the time from from the very first Mughal Arab invasion with Lalita. He's way more than that up to this point. Now I will ask you the question about women. Now, if you take the same era in Europe, I just wanted to make this comparison because I was teaching the Middle Ages in class, and from say the 800s up to 1857, we know that in the Middle Ages they had nothing. The Renaissance, they were you can't even name a painter, maybe one or two. The Enlightenment, they were seriously kept out of the process. In the Industrial Revolution, I can't think of too many women. But that's not the case with India at all, and today we are being sermoned about feminism. So can you touch upon the lives of the women? They were widows, they were ladies who had to dress like men, They were ladies who defied the times, incredible courage. So can you just, the gaze of women, or the way the women lived, especially women of power, touch upon these biographies and discuss this point.
Yeah. Oh my God, that will be an entire session in itself. But very briefly, one point that I'd like to add, Alo, to what you said, the chronology. So it's, for me, this book is the history of India seen through the eyes of these people, where all these dynasties make an appearance. I do not, subscribe to this notion that somebody should be excised from our history. In the state I come from, Karnataka, there is this constant political tussle that, Tipu Sultan should not find a place in the history of the textbooks and all, which I think is a foolish argument by right-wing groups, because you cannot wish away your history. If you don't like Tipu Sultan, that's your problem. He was very much a part of the history of Karnataka and Mysore, and it's up to the pedagogy to include all of the good, bad, the ugly elements of everybody who ruled us. Now, how much do you make them the center of attention? That is where I think the difference comes. So here Lodhis, Khiljis, Tughlaqs, Mughals, all of them come and go, but the spotlight is not on them. The spotlight is on the people we need to celebrate. The history of India need not be the history of the invaders and invasions, but we can turn the light on to someone else, and then you get a completely different narrative. Those people become peripheral characters rather than what we have in our books as regional histories. Now, who are we to say the Cholas are regional and the Lodhis and Khiljis are national? What is national? What is mainstream? What is regional? So I think all these questions beg for an answer, which everyone is as important. The Ahoms are as national as the Mughals, and so on.
Absolutely.
Now, about the women, each of these 7 people, which was a very tough task to choose, and one among them is not a traditional warrior, Ahilyabai Holkar, who didn't, of course, briefly she tried to resist the Peshwa, Raghoba, Peshwa's uncle, from taking over because he realized that a woman had, taken on the throne of Indore after the death of the father-in-law, Malhar Rao. But beyond that, she didn't actually wage a war. But I think her inclusion was very important as a civilizational warrior, and we'll probably touch upon that. But all the others were fighter women, whether it was Rudrama Devi, who, as I mentioned, and we keep having this discussion along with feminism also about patriarchy. I think in India it is very, very difficult to have a one-size-fits-all definition for any concept. You have elements of both, and I'll just elaborate that. Rudrama Devi from the Kakatiya, kingdom, her father Ganpati Deva, he doesn't have a male heir, and he does what is known as the Putrika Yajna, which is to anoint the daughter as the successor, legitimate successor. And he does something very interesting, that he hides the gender of the daughter. She's sent away as a small child into hiding with some of these, the nobles and warriors, to train her right from childhood in military warfare. And much later, when she comes of age, when her gender can no longer be hidden, that's when she's announced to the rest of the kingdom. And father and daughter together sit on the throne and rule for a couple of years, and then the father dies and she takes over as the successor. And since then, as I said, from the day she becomes the ruler till the day of her death at the age of 80, there is constant fight. So there is a father who's also giving this opportunity to the daughter in the patriarchal setup that we talk of. And that continues several centuries later, where even Velu Nachiyar, her father in the Ramanathapuram and Shivganga, the two principalities that she's born in and then married to, there also her father trains her in all the elements of warfare, the acrobatics and everything that she is taught. And that is why she becomes such an important bulwark against the East India Company, the first woman to fight a war against the East India Company, and also to regain the kingdom of Shivganga from them and the Arcot Nawab. Ahilyabai Holkar, again, very, very fascinating story, where she's her father-in-law Malhar Rao Holkar, he's transiting from one place to the other, he's spending a night somewhere, and then there he in the host's house he finds this young girl who's very, very intelligent and well-mannered, and he is immediately, taken in by her, and he asks for her hand in marriage for his son, Khande Rao, and she's married and he's brought back to Indore as the daughter-in-law. And Malhar Rao Holkar ensures the education of his daughter-in-law. Again, you have a father-in-law who's ensuring the education of the daughter-in-law. She's trained in finance, in administration, and the son is a little delinquent. He has multiple, dalliances, affairs, and so the daughter-in-law becomes the main support for the father-in-law, and he's constantly communicating with her, even when he's at the third battle of Panipat, so giving her valuable information about geopolitics, about statecraft and all of that. And when Khande Rao dies and all the other wives, they commit sati, this lady is asked not to. You have been the source of support. If you also commit sati, then what will happen to me? And she agrees, and she becomes the successor to Malhar Rao after he dies. So we have examples like this where where fathers have ensured that the daughters are either successors or trained in warfare and physical activity, or even given intellectual training like Malhar Rao is done. But at the same time, you also have a lot of examples, including in this book and otherwise, where I found this very, very alarming, that the insinuations and the chronicles that are done for a woman ruler. It was so difficult for a woman to be in power. That right from Rani Didda of Kashmir, or Abbakka also, or even someone as pious as Ahilya Bai, the common bazaar gossip would be, especially if the queen, the children were dead, the mortality rate was what it was, and so it was natural that many of the children died. The insinuation would be this lady is into black magic and witchcraft, she's a witch, and she's so insecure of her son, and so she's actually got him killed. So including when Ahilya Bai's son goes a little deranged and also later dies, there's a lot of talk that she has done something on him. So this kind of, and Abbakka too, which becomes common parlance. So you have these kind of narratives too, where it was so difficult for people to accept that a woman can be in positions of power. And someone like Nike Devi, whom I mentioned, who had such an important role in the history of India, I would say, because if Ghori had occupied Gujarat then, and the whole of Rajputana, southern Gujarat would have fallen to him at that time. She was the regent queen of an infant boy, Mul Raja II. All her chroniclers, contemporary chroniclers, forget who are now, Ari Simha, Merutunga, Som Shekhara, all these people who wrote in Sanskrit and Prakrit and so on, Jain scholars and so on, they don't even give her any credit. They say this infant king was given a toy by the mother, and which was the sword, and just brandishing his sword, he defeated the Hammira and threw him out of the, this one in the battle of Kasarhada. So the mother's role there is only to give this toy of a sword, and this 5-year-old or 6-year-old was so brave that he actually defeated Muhammad Ghori. And Merutunga, who actually mentions her as the Goa Kadamba princess, the daughter of Paramardin, he goes on to say that the Hammira was so weak that even a lady could defeat him, where the importance of the woman is not there, only because the opponent was so weak, that is why she managed to defeat him. If he was strong, then she would not have managed to defeat. So we have certainly both examples. So that's why I said, when we come with all these modern constructs of patriarchy and feminism and all these things, it's very difficult, because for every rule there is an exception. Both ways you can argue, like in law and economics, that you can have counterexamples for both sides to kind of make your case for either things. But by and large, the importance that women and their contributions to the civilization, to the kingdom, to society, that is so underemphasized. Meenakshi ji mentioned about those contributions to by widows and kings, queens. In Gujarat, the Rani Ki Vav that we find, that also is by Rani Udaymati, who was the widow of Bhim Deva, the Taj Mahal we commemorate as something that, the king's love for the wife and so on. There are examples where the queen built these magnificent, architectural splendors in memory of her husband who had died. The Rani Ki Vav is one such. Similarly, in Ahmedabad, Karnavati, you have the Adalaj Ki Vav. That also is by this Ruda Bai. It's called actually Ruda Bai Ki Vav, which was also built by a lady in memory of the Waghela ruler, her husband, who had died. So, all these numerous examples, they just don't strike a bell. And what an architectural splendor the Rani Ki Vav is. It's after all just a simple well to store water, but then a step well with such intricate carvings and so on, and something as mundane as storing water is also made aesthetically so beautiful, which I think in a way only a woman could conceive of and conceptualize. That is something that unfortunately she is seldom given credit for.
The other underlying theme that some of your heroes have is the relationship with dharma. At some point, maybe sometimes right from the beginning, or at some point after their conquest, a certain amount of stable rule, they literally consecrate their life to dharma. They become literally servitors of temples. So Martanda Varma comes to mind. Ahilyabai Holkar's, I think, entire life is that. You have the king of Manipur who you say, you give the entire strain of Vaishnavism being introduced there. So you again touch upon the heroes and tell us about this very fundamental aspect of the relationship the kings had with dharma, with temples, with spirituality, with maintenance and subsistence to these structures, to these establishments. Yeah.
Along with that, Alo, I think right from Lalitaditya's example.
Oh yes, of course. My God, how could I forget the Martanda Varma? Yeah.
Yeah, you have, Meenakshi ji spoke about the Chakravarti Raja who went on a Digvijaya campaign. Digvijaya was, beyond just political conquest and conquering of lands. It was also an intellectual conquest. So, everywhere that he went and conquered whoever, Kannauj or other places, he would bring all the scholars from those places to his kingdom. So, the importance of your empire was of course measured by the amount of palaces, the opulence, the temples and all this you built, but also the intellectual quotient. Today we lack that, where we are only looking at materialistic things to measure success. Are we the 5th largest economy? How fast we are growing? But that is very important. But along with that, what is the intellectual quotient? What is the scholarship? And there, the demonization of those who produce knowledge over the centuries, that has ensured that this is almost like a bad word. So, in this, the Digvijaya was done and you became a Chakravarti along with great empires you built. Your empire, your court had to be a seat of learning, and the index of how great you were was a composite, index of all of this. So, Vakpati, Bhavabhuti, Atrigupta, all these people were brought from various conquests, Aryabhatta and so on, to the Kashmir court. And Atrigupta, for instance, was the grandfather of Abhinav Gupta, who established the entire Kashmir school of Shaivism. Kashmir became a center of Tantra, Vajrayana Buddhism and Ayurveda, astronomy, all of these things. So that how intellectually fertile your kingdom was, that was also very, very important. And then the dharmic element as well, where Manipur, you mentioned Jai Singh. Now his ancestor was this man called Pamheba, who was the one who introduced Hinduism in the indigenous communities of Manipur, and it was Jai Singh who united all the Metis indigenous tribes and also brought Vaishnavism. So today we have the Manipuri Ras Leela, you have the Nata Sankirtana that is goes on there as a very important cultural element of Manipur, and in Imphal you have the Sri Govindji temple. Now it's said that constant Burmese incursions into Manipur, he was battling those. He had alliances, matrimonial and others with the Ahoms. So he taken shelter in the Ahom court, and there he has a dream where Krishna is supposed to have come in his dream and said, there is a certain jackfruit tree somewhere, you go cut it and make that into the idols of Krishna, Subhadra, Balbhadra, and then consecrate that in your court, and you will get back your kingdom. And so after coming back from exile, this man goes and cuts that jackfruit, and the consecration is to happen. quite magically, while the Radha, or the female counterpart of this one is to be sculpted, the jackfruit tree falls short of the wood. And then he does something very strange, which is his 8-year-old daughter, Bimbavati or Lakshmi Priya. He dedicates her as Radha to the Govindji, and she becomes, that name is very complicated, some Manipuri name. That's the new name that she takes on. And through that, so this whole Ras Leela that you see of dance with those round costumes, and the songs that were composed then, that gave Manipur its cultural element, and the name Manipur itself, a very Sanskritic name, was also given by this man. So that was as important. And in his kingdom, when by chance a Brahmin priest was punished wrongly and executed, this man is so sad that under his watch an injustice has been committed, and so he renounces his kingdom and goes away on penance all the way to Vrindavan, and on the way he dies. Similarly, Marthanda Varma, he is somebody from the small principality called Venad. He creates this entire Travancore kingdom, all the small, Quilon and Elayada Swarupam, all these small principalities he unites and makes Travancore, suppresses all the terrible rebellions that are happening in Travancore by the Pillayars and all these people who are there in the court. And after all this campaign, he dedicates the entire kingdom to Sri Padmanabha Swami and calls himself Padmanabha Dasa. And the king is a trustee. I am just a trustee. I am carrying out the entire rule in your name. So that spiritual element, even when we not mentioned here, but Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj and so on, the spiritual element of that. And that is where I think Bankim Chandra's verse, and also what Aravindanji rightly mentioned, this whole element of the divine feminine, that Devi, Bhavani, Bharti, as Sri Aurobindo mentions, Chandi in Punjab, Durga in Bengal, Bhavani in Maharashtra, their role in this warrior spirit, and which in turn I think fed into our freedom movement, which fed into the way the violent struggle of the revolutionaries, of which I think Sanjeev must have spoken in depth in the afternoon. That was a very important element. Now, post-independence, particularly since the Hindu element of our existence had to be subsumed, even in the freedom movement, all these elements, today a Bankim Chandra would be probably called communal. All these people who took, Shivaji Maharaj who took an oath on Bhavani's sword that was given to him and so on, they would be communal. So all these elements had to be subsumed, and the freedom movement itself, sanitized to such an extent that these aspects don't come out. But then the long tradition of that goes back to all these different brave hearts of Bharat, who, for whom dharma, spirituality, and that Kshatriya spirit that came with it was a very, very essential component. We were not an absolute, non-violent or pacifist, civilization or nation.
So my last question in two parts, because I think it's only fair that we finally give the audience a chance to ask questions. It pertains to also the way you write your book. Each story begins with a beautiful legend. Sometimes it is oral tradition, sometimes it is song, sometimes it is almost fantastic. And also, the reason why I'm asking you that is you are a trained historian. So what is the value you see in this sort of inclusion of legend into writing a biography? Because some of it is steeped or anchored in fact. And the reason I'm asking you this is that, when we are going on talking about debunking history and, setting the narratives right, there is a certain lived reality that is lived via these songs, via these legends, via these mythological stories that persist even among the people today. Yeah. Whereas in academia, we have this entire debate of writing, setting a narrative, debunking a narrative. And I know that every time there is a controversy about Savarkar, I feel bad for you, that you have to keep coming back on TV and again and again and again talking about petition. It's become, so you understand. So how long are we going to be in a setting of debunking? and at the academic level, whereas when we read the stories, there's so much that is still alive within the people. So can you just wind up with that?
Yeah. Before that, I'll just bring one element which I forgot, which was, one is of course the folk legends and so on.
Yes.
To all those people who say, there was no consciousness of Sanatan Dharma or Hinduism or whatever, right through this unending chain that we see of common resistance that I'm talking of. And when Muhammad Ghazni, goes to Somnath, by then this Bhimdeva, who is the ruler, he is run away. And he has a free run through Patan and goes to Somnath. And there he is so, astonished to see about 50,000 common Hindus who are protecting the temple. And it takes him 3 days to kill all of them, and then he enters the temple. And there too, of course, this unfortunate distortion that is done to mention Somnath, that this was not for theological reasons. Of course, you have the wicked Brahmin who was amassing wealth, and it was a den of all kinds of vices. Recently there was some nonsense that he found a lot of vices there, and so he came he came to cleanse.
The same about
Aurangzeb in Kashi. He found, to protect women. That's the silliest thing, where Ghazni had entire this thing of slave trade and sex trade, with all the women from Hindustan being taken there. And these people were coming all the way and cleansing our temples, where they found all kinds of vices apparently. So, and also eminent historians who keep telling us this, that it was not at all for this one. Different chroniclers have different versions. Obviously, today if there's an accident that's happened on the road, and you ask 10 eyewitnesses, 10 people will tell 10 different things. Finally, did the fellow die or not? That is the ultimate question, which maybe there's a concurrence. But all those chroniclers are unanimous in their account that he destroyed the Somnath Shivling. How he did he pierce it in the middle or from the top? That doesn't become a thing to say that he didn't do it. So there too, when he goes there and he, after killing these 50,000 people, he goes and asks these, the priests come running and say, you are a lutera, so whatever amount of money you want, you take and just leave from this place. He supposed to have laughed, and this is what some of his Al-Baruni, then Farishta, Minhaj-e-Siraj, all these people accounted in detail, that he laughs and says, if I do that, my name will be etched in history as a trader of idols. I don't want my name to be known like that. I want to be known as Butt Shikan or a breaker of idols. So all Sikandar Butt Shikan of the Shahmiri dynasty of Kashmir, they took pride in suffixing their name with the title Butt Shikan. That was a common title to all those people who broke as many butts or idols. So in such a case where he says that, and this is accounted first person accounts of their own chroniclers, you have today's fellows saying that this was not for theological purpose, it was only for wealth and all of that. And even after, so let the rulers do what they do. Now after he is going back to Ghazni, the amount of consciousness, the hurt that is there in the minds and souls and psyche of common Hindus, that their important Jyotirlinga was desecrated. When the army is wanting to go back, of course Bhimdeva comes and makes a re-entry and tries to attack him from the back, and while he is literally on a retreat, then a few people come posing as guides and say the army needs water and food and so on. So they say, we'll show you where water is available, and they take him all around the desert and arid regions, and at some point they become suspicious as to where they are leading us, and they catch the guide and ask him to reveal the truth. And finally he says, yes, there is no water body here, and I am actually misleading you and misguiding you, and I wanted to take revenge and ensure your entire army and you die of starvation and thirst. And of course he is Sartan se juda after that. But then this common angst,
absolutely,
the consciousness, and that remained so many centuries later. So why did Ahilyabai 800, 900 years later, it struck her that these were the important centers she had to renovate. It was something important in the psyche and consciousness of people. It was passed on generation to generation. She consecrated all the 12 Jyotirlingas, renovated them, the 4 dhams, the 7 puris as mentioned in the Garud Puran. She literally marked the civilizational contours of Bharat, as probably Adi Shankara had done several centuries ago. And few more years later, when that story of course has multiple contestations, when Maharaja Ranjit Singh, it is said, when he made this offensive against Durrani, Zaman Shah in Afghanistan, it is said that he, after defeating him, said, you give us back the dwars, the silver gates, which was of Somnath, which was put into Ghazni's mausoleum, the Mazar in Ghazni. And as a, after being defeated, they had to give those things back. But by then there was no temple there, it was all in ruins and so on. So the people in Gujarat said, we can't house it. And it was actually made as the Darshan Dwars of the Golden Temple. The original, this ones that came, sandalwood gates with silver laden and so on. There are contestations to that. Some say this is, and the Sikh revivalism that we see today, they don't want to associate with the Hindu element of their own Maharajas. That becomes a problem. But still, Ranjit Singh also donated so much of gold to the Kashi Vishwanath Mandir. So why was that happening? All through that consciousness of this wounded civilization, that things have been broken. And I think those who haven't read should read Meenakshi ji's book on the flight of Hindu deities, which is, I think, like, it's a heart-moving account of how resilience was, along with battles, common people transporting idols, moving from one place to the other, hiding it in wells, in lakes, burying it underground, all these things happening all the time. That is how this, the survival has happened due to this indomitable strength of resilience. And that is also lived history, that is also lived experience. But to your question on folklore, one example, because there's not much time, we've all seen Kantara and this whole idea of Bhuta tradition, Bhuta Aradhane. So in coastal Karnataka, most of us in mainstream history textbooks, we may not know about Rani Abbakka. But in coastal Karnataka, in Ullal, in Mangalore, that region, the Bhuta Aradhane that is done invokes not only gods and demigods and spirits, but also ancestors, kings and queens and so on. And Abbakka is invoked in plural form, because there were 4 Abbakkas actually, not 1 but 4, and all of them in their own ways gave resistance to the Portuguese. So they are invoked as Abbakka Deviyaru or Mahadevi. That is the common thing. And this Abbakka spirit comes, and and I was fortunate to see one such performance, where the practitioner talks about how we destroyed the Portuguese fleet, and very graphic details and so on. A lot of it is fantastic stories, which is interesting. And like what we discussed, Anand and I, in the morning, of how that storytelling, the fictional element, makes it so interesting and enlivening for all of us. History is not some dead, frozen museum object, but something that lives amidst us. So all these were there. But then for a modern historian, researcher, how do you then triangulate that famous word of triangulation of facts? How do you see, is this all true? That practitioner who's probably illiterate, is he actually telling, is there some kernel of truth, historical truth in that performance? So while I was doing this, there's this Italian, traveler, Pietro della Velle, who comes to India and goes all into different places. He has heard about this entire story of Abbakka in the court of the Persian emperor. And then among other things, he also wants to come and see who is this lady. And the story that was doing the rounds was precisely this, that there was this lady who actually defeated the Portuguese fleet. And how did they do that? When the fleet was parked on the shores of Mangalore, in the night all the Mapillas, the Mogaviras, all these soldiers of hers, in coconut shells, the ammunition was filled, and these were hurled, hundreds of coconut, very indigenous ammunition, made and hurled at the Portuguese fleet, and the entire thing caught fire, and all the admirals and captains, everybody was killed. And that news travelled all the way to Persia, and this man heard it, and he, among other places, also comes to Ullal. He calls it some other name in his memoirs, And in his memoirs, there is an account of all of this. There is also an account, he meets her, of course, the colonial glance that he has. He says, this lady, she destroys all my idea of what a queen should be. She's so dark and corpulent and very, very unprincely. There's no upper garment also on her body. She's walking like that only in the bazaars with no fanfare and so on. But then there is, as I said, that kernel of truth of this actually happening. Maybe the exaggeration of the folk performance may not match 100% with what the historical truth is, but there is some element of truth in these stories. In fact, in Kannada, there is a very famous saying that the Vedas can go wrong, but the proverbs, which are lived histories, they can never go wrong. So, that is the amount of importance given to oral traditions. So, I think oral traditions, folklore, they become very, very important crutches for modern historians to reconstruct the story when mainstream chronicling, mainstream documentation ignores and excises many of these great men and women.
Questions?
There's a lady. Two.
You want this
I'm
one?
glad there are two women in the.
Vikramji, thank you.
Yes, it's on, I think.
Thank you for a very enlightening session. Just wanted to tell you, it's very interesting you're talking about Abaka Chauda and the traditions in Ullal, because for Durgavati also, the gods have turned her into a goddess.
Yes.
So it's the same, I think there is some kind of, so do you know other examples like this, where the queen becomes mythologized into a celestial being?
I think one that comes, even Lakshmi Bai, the manner in which she is among the Bundelas and so on in Bundelkhand, I think she is to quite an extent, may not be as a goddess, but I think in folklore she is given a lot more importance than what she actually was. Ahilya Bai for sure, Punya Shlok and the entire Indore airport named after her, there are and the maternal concern that she had for the kingdom, which I think was very important when we talk of leadership models too. Here was a maternal instinct of this lady that what good governance and leadership needs to be, where not only the human being, even for the human beings in the summer months, there would be people who would be stationed on footpaths to give water to the poor and needy. In the winters, there would be people who would give bedding and blankets and warm wear. Not only human beings, but also dogs and cats and stray animals. For them, there would be pots of water and food kept in different parts of Indore. The Narmada Ghats, where she would go for a ritual bath every morning, there was specific amount of food kept aside for the fish which were there in the river. So the a ruler, what a good ruler needs to be, not just look after the human beings in the kingdom, but you are a mother for the entire, all the living beings. I think that element is what makes them deified to the extent that they are, and rightly so. Yes, ma'am.
Anand wants to ask a question.
I think the lady, after that, I am very scared of that man. So. 10 seconds, yeah. She will take only 10. Your strategy back at you.
What, according to you, led to this much of whitewashing of our history? Second question. You talked about Koili in your book.
Yes.
And there are some sources which say Koili is a fictional character. Did you really get some material evidence that she was a true character?
Yes, there is. In the British accounts itself, there is a very small mention of this lady. So, Koili is this character, I am sure in Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry, there is no need to say much about that, but the first suicide bomber, so to say, where she douses herself with kerosene. She was a part of the women corps of Velu Nachiyar, and to regain Shivaganga on the day of Vijayadashmi, when all these women are going there and ostensibly as devotees to worship at the Rajarajeshwari Koil there, she goes inside and douses herself with kerosene, enters the ammunition center and sets herself on fire, and the whole the Shastra Bhandar is destroyed, and that is how these women then remove their swords with vetrival, slogans, and then enter this one. So there is an account of that in the British documents, and very fleetingly even in the Arcot chronicles about, they don't mention the name, maybe that way she may be fictional, but there was some woman who did things like this is certainly mentioned.
Not
What was the first question?
the same debunking, how long, why?
Why whitewashing happened, I think the way Meenakshi ji ended her this thing, and then we had the Marxist historians, and the rest is history.
Yeah, hi Vikram.
Yes.
This is a small question. One thing about whitewashing, which I won't ask because plenty has been said about it, and you're absolutely right, the audience is as well. But I put to you, it is amazing the pride with which you have narrated what our ancestors did and achieved. And I must say that pride got transmitted to the readers as well. I took pride in reading what our ancestors did, but here is the thing. This will last only till such time that we are Hindus. We aren't converted, So I put to you, brainwashing is one thing, whitewashing of history is another. But this history, writing it and reading it, will only remain till such time we are Hindus. Don't you think so?
Completely agree. I completely agree. And your question therefore is, what is the solution to that? I wish.
Are Hindus?
My question is, why do only
Hindus amongst Indians take pride in our ancestors?
Which is the saddest part, I think, and I know it's we were having this discussion last evening also. It sometimes seems like a lost cause, but I keep hammering that much at the peril of a lot of people on this side of the ideological divide too. Can we, in some manner, dehyphenate communities of today, particularly say the Muslim community, and elements of those who take pride in what the atrocities and associate with the invader. And there are politicians who go to the mazar of Aurangzeb and pay their obeisances, whereas the man was a monster who doesn't even deserve a mazar. So can we in some way keep hammering that version? Icons, they are not your heroes. Your ancestors suffered at the hands of these people as much as the ancestors of the Hindus. Yours converted, none of them have come in from Iran or anywhere else, Central Asia. They've all been people of this land itself. Their ancestors, for various reasons, either they could not resist or it was such coercion that they had to convert. So I think the Indonesian model in some ways, where you can be a Muslim nation, but the Hindu culture there, where Ram Leela is performed even by a Muslim majority country, where there are icons of Hinduism there, where they all say we trace our ancestry to that. We may by faith be something else. I don't know, I'm probably a champion for lost causes, but there's no harm trying that, rather than push even the very thin and probably the minuscule minority among the minorities who are probably what we can call moderate, and also let them consolidate against a larger bloc. I don't know, it may be a lost cause, but certainly worth I think trying to ensure. Can we build that narrative instead, that don't take pride in these characters, Ghazni, Ghori. While we say today's Muslims are not responsible for all the atrocities, don't make today's people associate or idolize, and we have ruled over you for 800 years, give us the army for half an hour and we'll show you what it is, and these kind of statements. I think that if we can somehow get rid of that, I know it's, as I said, it's a lost cause, but certainly worth trying.
Okay, so we've run out of time,
but Meenakshi ji always has the last word.
Just one thing I want to add. You said if they can accept their Hindu ancestry, that seems absolutely impossible. I'm just giving you an example that in 1911, the census was done in Bengal. All right? out of 21 million Muslims, 19 million said we have come from outside. Whereas the number was actually just the opposite. They were all locals who had converted, but they said, no, no, we have come from outside. So that gives you an idea of the challenges.
No, of course, it's as I said, I predated it saying that it's a lost cause. But what is the solution then? I mean, Dr. Ambedkar, no, then are we living on a tinder box, waiting to explode at any time? Then that's not even a solution. Dr. Ambedkar had probably rightly postulated that in 1947 there must be a complete transfer of populations, which has not happened. It is a very integral and an important part of society. So at the maximum, can you, if whitewash and brainwash has happened to the Hindu psyche and Hindu mind for so many decades after independence, this is normal wash, not even whitewash. Can we try with some elements of those side to ensure that there is some crossover? As I said, it's an experiment worth trying, but that is the next, only last option that one has. Because history also thereby has when we constantly demonize and do this, in 1937, I think history has that important lesson also, that the Muslim League was at the brink of disaster, breaking up. There were so many protests. The manner in which they were pushed to the wall by Nehru after the 1937 elections, when governments were to be formed in the United Provinces and Muslim League wanted to ally with the Congress, but these things were spurred saying you join the Congress. So when that community is pushed to the wall, they regroup and come back with a added power and vengeance, and that detriment that it did to the subcontinent we all know. So do we want to do something similar where we can alienate to the extent that there is being pushed to the wall, there is another consolidation, another division, another bloodbath? I don't know. As I said, that's why. So that's why, I mean, many people have, had problems saying, how can Chand Bibi be a part of this? How can Hazrat Mahal? So why don't we say that these are your icons? Why don't we say a Rahim, a Ras Khan, a Shishunal Sharifa, or APJ Abdul Kalam, or Arif Muhammad Khan? These people can be your icons rather than Aurangzeb and Tippu and all these people. To make icons of, you need to whitewash them. So as I said, this is the success of this experiment. I can certainly not guarantee. Maybe it will be a failure, but it is certainly worth trying rather than the other very dangerous alternative, which will, God forbid, see another repetition of 1947.
So,
sorry, it was a very somber note to end on.
No. With that, we conclude this session. But Vikram, probably it's not just they accepting their right heroes. The day a Muslim historian of your caliber will include Hindu heroes in their list of heroes, maybe that day it will be. It's not just them accepting the right, just like you did with Chand Bibi and Hazrat Mahal.
Yeah,
that will be the day.
True.
So with that, we conclude this session and this day. Who have been supporters, as well as Swarajya, mine, and Khulke. So without their support and patronage, this would not have been possible. Always deep gratitude for our speakers to accept, I don't bully, to accept our invitation and grace our platform and be so generous with your information and time. And of course, Team PLF, of which I'm a part. I'm saying this on behalf of my colleagues, Ajit and Partho. Without this team, I don't think there would be any fun in even doing this, what we do. We do it because we love it. And we just we really like to come together, brainstorm, come up with ideas, work for it. And then, last night till 3 in the morning, you had Ajit and my sister setting the venue up. But that's what we are about, and that's what we love to do. And so we are only too happy that the viewers, the listeners of Pondicherry come, and you even travel from various places. Without you, our effort would have been in vain. So thank you all for coming. And yes, Bharat Shakti is all what we are, so I end with a Vande Mataram. Thank you.
The bookstores will be open for another 20 minutes if you want to buy any of the books and get them autographed by the authors.